dead yet?
Nope. I'm trying not to. I'm edge running, if you know what I'm saying. I'm actually gonna make it. Nice. Yeah, we make it out of these boys. I made it out. It's amazing.
You're still cackling about stealing the man's weapons.
Yeah, I made it out.
Monster.
I am evil, but I do not care. I'm happy.
Have you get a comment on your profile like, what the fuck, dude?
I hope I do. It'll be funny.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
Ready to get back into the dungeon crawling?
Yeah.
I swear, I think of like, finally, we're gonna get out, right? Right?
No.
And then nope.
Next time on the Grave Undertaking, will they finally get the fuck out of this temple? Who knows?
We know.
But
Probably
we will
no.
find
No.
out today,
Probably
right now.
Probably not.
So let's go ahead and get a little bit of a check-in real quick. Hello, Daisy, are you here?
Yo,
Hello, Dune, are you here?
Hello.
Rudiger, Sajadwin, are you here?
Yep.
Hello. Vannon, hello, are you here? You are muted, so I'm gonna guess that it's a no currently. Clark, aka Miss Flowers, Olive, you can go ahead and put in the chat if you are here. Harry, are you here?
Indeed.
Hello. So I'll go ahead and wait until Vannon and or Olive gives me a notification that they're here, and then we can get ourselves started. What to do? This is interesting.
Somebody's here.
Everybody is here this week. That's right. Ah, hello, Van. I will go ahead and assume that Park is currently being busy, so I will go ahead and get ourselves started. The last time, our group, known as Grave Undertaking, have been making their way around the Temple of Helm, a hidden temple within the large growing jungle that is known as the Green. After discovering what seems to be a gathering of druids in a place called Zanazul, the group had made their way towards the north and encountered this temple. After seeing the front room and using it as some form of rest, the door was closed after one of the party members had triggered a trap within, causing them to be closed and trapped within the main temple of Helm, which they have now discovered has been corrupted and taken over by members of cultists that seem to be praising a entity known as Shar. The group, encountering multiple cultists, as well as a small gathering of beaver-like guards that seem to be praising the entity of Helm himself, as well as their leader, supposedly, a squirrel-like individual by the name of Squirm. After a fine bit of conflict, the group had caused a little bit of a crazy situation within the temple, causing the main cultist forces to immediately retreat into further depths of the library that is rumored to be further within, and leaving themselves and only one of the beaver guard remaining by the name of Baron. The group, after encountering what seems to be a black opal that had consumed any non-organic and inorganic material that had touched it, had discovered that the only one that was able to carry it would be a individual that could carry a set of gauntlets adorned with the crest of Helm. After some discussion, they believed that the only one that could possess these gauntlets and use them correctly would be a paladin. And funnily enough, the sole individual amongst the Beaver Guard group was himself a paladin, allowing you guys to clear the path forwards and hearing of other individuals further within that are currently guarding and awaiting your approach. You had also discovered a new supposed and possible companion by the name of Zorix, one of the large brute-like cultists, of Goliath nature that had been essentially betrayed by his group, unaware that the party themselves are the cause of it, and had essentially allowed them to send him back to a small living space that they had thrown him into the corner of the room, allowing him to rest. You have all taken a short rest, and from your recollection at this moment in time, there has been no further progress, apart from understanding that the gauntlets do not open the front door.
That damn window.
So, as Daisy and Baron start making their way up the staircase, eventually hearing a distinct sound of Daisy cursing into the air after hearing that the window cannot be opened, the rest of you are still in the main inner sanctum, currently keeping an eye on things while the short rest has finally come to an end. You may continue as you wish.
Did it work, Daisy?
Hell no! Using Tomer 13.
You know, why would it be that easy? That makes sense.
Come on, Baron, let's go back.
Of course, yes.
Start
I
making
do
my way back.
apologize for this. I didn't. I would have believed it would have possibly worked, but apparently not.
Don't
Sorry.
worry about it.
He'll continuously keep the one gauntlet with the opal in his palm away from you at the moment, just like distinctly keeping it behind his back.
Yeah, Daisy would also be keen on making sure not to get near that thing. And I'll look over at the Baron and say, what if we, there's a room in the kitchen that was on fire. Well, felt like an oven. You think we can try and see if the gauntlet has any effect on it? From outside, obviously.
We can try.
Yes, because there were statues of Helm in there.
Yeah, you know what? Why not? I'll go with you. I'm bored.
See, dude, if only you could stay mad without getting hit, then, it'd be great.
Man, you know what? I wish I could. That'd be so good.
You've become too soft, dude. You've been hanging too long with us.
You want to repeat that?
You know what I said.
I'll remember that next time we need saving. Don't worry.
You guys will make your way. No, he's making his way over. I'm just turning off the light. He will make his way over, following behind you, and will give a slight inspection to the still bubbling cauldron that is standing there, and will make a more wider berth around it before eventually making his way to the door. You guys don't feel the intense heat out here. It is still relatively cool, except for the bubbling embers of the fire underneath the cauldron, and the heat itself rising from the cauldron next to you. However, the moment that Baron steps forwards, he doesn't seem to change. He's not recoiling or stepping back the same way that you guys were.
I look over. How is it?
Same as I always feel.
Think the gauntlet's doing a favor to you.
Would not be the first time that I've been back here. They were sending us down here multiple times. So, it's not the first time I've walked through this door. or
Well,
walk amongst the ground.
there's a safe way to get back there. Apparently, it hurts us. I haven't been in there yet, but
I do
Yes.
believe that there were protective measures placed by the divine leaders of our previous covenant. Let me see if I can find something to help you out.
And he'll start making his way out of sight, moving around. Let's see.
Daisy,
What you
what did
got
we get
here?
ourselves into?
You can blame the professor for that one.
You know, we should have thrown him in here by himself.
You know, we're just interested in, just reading, looking at these supposed pictures, and then boom, window closes. You know how it is.
Unfortunately, yes.
Uh, After a moment or so, you'll hear the sound of Baron's heavy footsteps coming back.
There doesn't seem to be anything around here. Let me see if there's anything around this corner.
And he's going to continue to the other side.
At least now I know how it feels to be inside an oven.
Nah, yeah, you've had experience, I guess.
I mean, you never know until you experience it, and then you start feeling bad for pastries.
No, I don't. Pastries are delicious.
Baron turns the corner.
You have pastries?
Oh, I love pastries. Do you have some on you?
No.
Oh,
Do you?
no.
Dude, as you say that, you do still remember that he's basically not wearing anything but rags.
Right, fair enough.
You never know what he has stuff between his cheeks.
By the way, the corridor towards the west, there doesn't seem to be any changes the last time I saw it. Before we went down deeper.
Mm-hmm. So I guess we're just shit out of luck for going in there.
Well, myself and my companions, we were all sent down here before. The others, them lots, and he'll point down to the corpse between you two. They
Mm-hmm.
did not come in here. They said that they could not, and we were the ones that had to keep going down deeper and working for them.
So you said it's some sort of magic protecting you. Is it? It's like an item, or is it like an actual like spell, like she does? And that point to Daisy.
I would
That's what she
imagine
can do.
the temple itself is protecting that area.
Mm.
We have been told that there was something underneath this temple. We were told to burrow down into the depths of the temple itself to find something for them, but I'm not entirely sure what.
He'll like step out of the room, now standing in front of you. The last time that you were in there, you would know that like a lot of their body and the clothing themselves was relatively hot. He seems exactly the same as before.
Right. Yeah, I'm not going in there again. If it wasn't for that rose that we got given outside, I'd be dead.
Do you have any more of those roses?
Yeah, we do, technically. We got given a whole bushel of them, but they're supposed to be given to the druids of Zanizul.
Funny. We were sent here originally from the druids. They wanted us to get something from them, but
And he'll like look over towards the statue in the center of the dining room.
we were not told exactly what that was.
And he's distinctly looking over towards Squirm.
You know, It could be the thing that these people, and I've been through that body between us, were trying to make you find. And I have a distinct feeling it might be related to the Seven Sisters, the local pantheon, if you will.
I do apologize. Daisy, was it?
Yes.
I am not familiar with this land's gods, nor the older ones, so I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. But
Oh,
in
well, they do
yes,
have an entire religion based on them, and hierarchy and so on. So, given the symbol I asked you before, then it confirms that at least it has something to do with them. That sarcophagus you pointed out definitely does have something to do with them. And considering the land that we're in, it's either the one more attuned to fire or the one more attuned to levitation. I think was the other one. So we should be
Baron's
wary.
gonna look over at you, Daisy.
what sarcophagus?
No, those statues over. Oh, yeah,
You
that way.
mean over behind the inner sanctum?
Yeah. Behind the altar, or former altar, be it.
He'll think for a moment.
I only remember that those doors were open by the time that we got here. They were never open before.
Hmm.
Show me these sarcophagus, if you don't mind.
Sure, and I will lead him over
Okay.
to
I'll
the
cover
other.
their ear.
In the other room, within the inner sanctum, is there anyone else doing anything during this time?
Got nothing.
I love how
Sounds like
Doon's just in
someone's
a wall.
familiar has an idea.
I am not on the wall. I am right behind you.
I can
Take a
see you in
look
the wall. Oh my
through
goodness.
the doorway in from this area that I'm in right now, like this back one, because I know that the other door was trapped. I could see that it has like something that happened, so I'm not going in, but I'm just like peeking.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see
Oh
any other
my.
traps? And
You can see. Give me either an investigation or a perception check, please, Harry.
well, I don't want to touch anything, so I guess perception. I'm gonna guidance myself as well.
Got you.
That was a good idea. 15.
15. Looking over the walls and quickly checking on the same level as the last time you saw the beacon of light between the two walls over here, you can see that there is another distinctful small beam of light, maybe 3 foot in the air, that seems to hang right there.
Hold on. So it's hanging left to right, 3 foot in the air.
Left to right, 3 foot in the air. That is correct.
Dang, I'm 3 foot too. Can I just duck under it?
You can certainly try.
I'm 3 foot too. Like, what do you mean I could try?
You have ears.
I
Nah,
feel like
go ahead and let's see. Go ahead and roll me a acrobatics check, please, Harry.
okay, can I guidance myself on this as well?
Sure.
Yeah. Can I at least get a 2? No, 9.
9.
Yeah, 9.
You think, oh, this is relatively easy. I'm this height. I can just duck under it. You push your head down and feel like you tilt your head slightly, but you just realize that you just lowered your ears to try and duck under, and you see one of your ears just barely touch the white beam of light. As you do step inside, you see the beacon of light disappear.
Do I see anything else bad happening?
You don't see anything, no.
Guys, I may have messed up. I think I hit the beam. I don't know. Nothing's happening yet, but we know how that goes.
Well, get out of the room.
But I want to be in the room.
If you're gonna just get out of the room.
He has a rose. He'll be fine.
His funeral.
Yes. You know.
Actually, if I die, I think it'd be all of our funeral, because I hope you don't come.
That's fair.
It would be at this moment as you all saw Harry step into the room. However, you heard one of the or saw one of the beams of light essentially turn off as his ear connected with it. None of you see anything. However, from this distance, Daisy, you can hear something.
Oh boy. Sound
Uh,
mechanical.
sounds high pitched and seems like multiple things at the same time, tiny little things.
Harry, I suggest you be careful. I can
Always.
hear a very high-pitched noise, like multiple tiny little things.
Uh,
I
Daisy,
hear.
you would recognize this after a few seconds that this is the sound of pouring sand. And it seems to be coming from the two opposite sarcophagus closest to you.
So it'd be what, this one over here, and
This
this
one
one.
here, and this one in front of Harry.
Oh, that one over there. Alright. Can I see anything from this one that's visibly different?
You can see
from
what
last
seems
time.
to be the same details of a very beautiful tiefling to mixture Cambion like woman. Standing tall, strong, holding her ground. But there does not seem to be any distinctful changes.
I'll point it out to Harry, like, hey, those sarcophagus, the one near me and the one near you, sounds like sand is pouring in. I don't know if it's a timer of any sort.
Honestly, that sounds like a timer. I don't think I like that.
And it would be at this moment, Daisy, the beam of light underneath you also disappears.
See, now that's suspicious. Very suspicious. So, where there was a beam of light, there's no longer a beam of light.
There is no longer a thin beam of light attaching themselves through the doorway, no.
Right. I'll pull out the jade extender, extend it, and ask Harry, are you in the other doorway by any chance?
On the other side?
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's no light here. Are you
There-
okay? If I check?
Is there light there?
Yeah, it's just
Harry,
gone.
look down. There is no light in the doorway. Daisy,
That's it.
there is no light in the doorway.
Right. So I'm going to use the extended jade extender and pass it through the doorway from top to bottom.
Okay. You push your jade extender through the doorway, and it seems to stop as your jade extender seems to find something solid in front of where the doorway is.
I'll cast light at the tip of the jade extender.
Cast light at the tip of the jade extender.
Mm.
Light casts out, but you do not seem to be able to get it past through the doorway.
Right, I'll keep like hitting it with the jade extender at different points to see if like it's a whole solid object.
Okay, this might take a little bit of time. Because to you, it is a empty doorway in front of you, but it seems like there is something solid that is in the doorway now.
Harry, I think I have bad news for you.
What?
I think you're trapped.
Yeah,
Behind you, there may be a invisible object barring your way.
I turn around to walk back through the doorway.
You turn around and quickly try and get out through the doorway. However, you immediately slam face first into what seems to be an invisible wall that is resting within the doorway itself.
I think you might be correct. Just maybe.
Harry, since you are the first one inside this room, I will give you a full description of what you can see. Inside the room, you can see what seems to be 4 large sarcophagus, each of them towering either to 10 to 15 foot tall, each describing what looks to be a native-like individual, 3 of which seem to be female, 1 of which seems to be male. You see one that is currently standing in a ceremonial-like position with flowing robes, that is currently looking towards the opposite direction over here. You see what seems to be a roaring out tiefling female, strong, muscular, and athletic, covered in leathers and some form of spike-like shoulder guard, and she seems to be holding her hands out as if she's trying to carry something, but her hands are empty. The third sarcophagus seems to be a relatively younger male, uh, native, dark looking beard that seems to narrow out to one point, and small bits of hair that seems to be pulled back. And you notice there are small bits of robes and garbs and what looks to be some form of like vest that seems to cover his adornments. And go ahead and roll me a history check, Harry.
History. Can I guidance myself on that, or is that a no?
I will say yes. You can probably guidance yourself with this one.
Adjusted 20.
You recognize the third sarcophagus.
Oh.
Mostly, you haven't seen this individual in a while. However, the face itself, the slight brim and pointed chin of the individual, reminds you of an old friend, once a leader to a small civilization that you know to be Boshian. However, younger, more agile. You recognize this to be a statue of a younger Zenith.
Okay. I'm gonna call out the sarcophagus you said what, the far right? Right? Like the back wall.
Sarcophagus. Yes, this one here.
Okay, I'll call out that looks like to be younger Zenith. Do any of these look like any of the other leaders? Do any of them look like Benin, maybe?
You do not see. You've never really met any of the other leaders.
Oh, we met the princess. Like, I don't like. Would we be
No,
able to
but
maybe
this is
distinguish
the
any facial features?
civilizations probably like the Zanizul's leader, uh, obviously Boshian's Zenis, and then leader of Anikotal, which we've never met.
And you
Princess,
wouldn't
which she's related.
recognize. Princess related to Essrena, which is the
Oh, so
capital.
First sister, maybe.
There is a
there's
3. There is 3 sisters, 3 princesses that you are aware of.
Yeah.
The last one that you see, Harry, looks to be a older uh woman. However, this one is distinctly tiefling. Not the more rambunctious and more devilish features. This one seems a bit more human and smaller, and seems relatively lithe and uh clearly is not like the other 3. However, she has a hood over her head, showing adornments and what looks to be a large gown with multiple animal paw prints resting on the back of it. In the center of the room, you can see what seems to be a singular platform standing 5 foot in the air, which seems to have a continuous pyramid-like structure that leads all the way to the top. And you can see that the beacon of light that was once in the doorways now seems to be rising from the center of this 10-foot tall pyramid. Directly behind the 10-foot tall pyramid seems to be a large altar with what looks to be a singular slot in the top and a small gathering of golden goblets and small bits of coin that seem to be scattered amongst the top. At the bottom of the room, you can see what seems to be a small bedroll, a quickly fashioned cot that has multiple vials of some greenish-like liquid surrounding it, as well as what looks to be 2 smaller vials of a reddish-like liquid resting next to it.
Okay. I'll describe I'll call it the one statue. Because I'm trying to basically relay any information I have to the group outside to see if maybe they can assist me with understanding anything about this, because I'm kind of generally lost on it. I'll tell them about the vials, tell them about the slots. I'll call out that what the one statue looks like. Ask if they know anybody that resembles any of the other three. Maybe Daisy specifically, since you have a more royal background. Maybe you would know more.
I wish I was royalty, boy.
Or noble. Sorry. Fine. Whatever.
But if I were to assume the one that's like in a battle stance that's like yelling out, my assumption would be that's the first sister, since she is the most warlike. the one with paw prints on her robe could be the leader of Zanizul, Archdruid Korra, maybe. Baron, could you go over and check on that other side? And I point to where Vanin is.
Yeah, he's gonna start making his way over.
Also, Vanin,
Start
I don't know about
inspecting.
drinking the potions yet. We should check out what they are beforehand.
Go ahead and drink. it, so
He'll
what's
start making his way over, and he will give a slight nod as he looks over towards the sarcophagus over here, and goes,
Yes, I do recognize that, sarcophagus. That looks to be a much younger version of Archdruid Korra.
There you go.
She looks a lot younger within the sarcophagus. I've never seen this before. However, from my understanding, she is the current leader of Zanazul, and was the one that sent us here originally. I don't recognize the others, however.
So the last female is this one over here, which is what was her description again?
you see what seems to be a very fine-looking Cambion native, with flowing hair, wearing robes, with a sword in one hand and a staff in the other.
Does the clothing or any facial features look familiar to anyone from Zanizul? Not Zanizul, sorry. Anikotal.
Anikotal?
Yes.
You look over the features. Give me a perception check, please.
One sec, because this has to be a flat roll, because I am exhausted. 23.
23. Looking over the details and quickly gathering any information you can, you do notice resting underneath the arm flap resting around the midsection, you can see what seems to be a symbolization of sigils and runes that seem familiar to the same one as the war priest of Zanazul that was Ilne's father. You would recognize that this is indeed one of the war priests of Anikotal that is currently represented on the sarcophagus.
I'll tell her. Yeah, no, this other one 100% has to be the leader of Anikotal. Has the same war priest vestments or runic symbols under her belt.
Okay. So if they're leaders, is there anything that would maybe give us any distinguishing idea of anything? Like an order maybe? Because it seems like you said they have like their hands like they're empty, right? Like they're holding them out for something.
You can see that this one here is holding a long sword and a staff. The sword seems to have a slight curve to it, as if in like an S-like pattern, almost serpentine. You can see this staff that she's holding in her right hand looks to be a singular long quarterstaff. However, the top is curved and twisted as if it is currently encompassed by flame. The second one over here, the hands are currently empty, but they are positioned as if they are holding a two-handed weapon. The one that is representing Zenis, you can see he is holding what looks to be a large sack in one hand, held out towards you, and what looks to be a book like tome that he is currently pressing against his chest. The last one over here, wearing the cloak with the bear-like and multiple animal paw prints that adorn the cloak itself, the elderly-looking tiefling, currently is not holding anything, but seems to be holding her hand out as if she is currently using some form of walking stick. But the walking stick is not there.
Okay. The book that this third one's holding, does it seem to match the size of shape of the slot in the top in the back center?
You'd have to get a closer look.
Okay. I'm gonna
However,
carefully. Okay.
it would be at this moment in time, Daisy, you hear a click coming from the back of both of the sarcophagus.
I'd like to
And
poke the air.
immediately you see the mouth of the sarcophagus of the faces open, and immediately sand is beginning to pour out into the room.
Harry, I think you're running out of time, boy. Sand is pouring in.
Daisy,
How tall? How tall?
you
Would
would
say?
recognize the sand.
Is it the same
This
as the
is
oven?
It is the exact same as the sand that is resting within the corridor below the dining room.
Harry, don't touch that sand. The sand is extremely hot. You better figure this out quickly, or you're dead.
Mm-hmm. How comforting. Oh god, they're starting to blockade the room. Okay. Because how far? Like, how is the sand piling up? Is it like arcing out from like that, like normal, or is it like?
Is
Is it
slowly
levels?
gathering out of the statues like this.
Mm, okay, I'm going to. I'm going to kind of swing a bit wide, maybe not that wide, but over to here, and I want to look at this slot set up here.
Okay, the slot at the top would be right here. You'd have to climb up, which you will be able to do so with your movements to right here. Getting just at the edge of the large pyramid, you can see the altar at the top. You can see an adornment of multiple golden goblets, 4 of which that you can see currently adorning the altar, as well as a scattering of coins that seem to be covering the top. The center slot seems to be relatively large enough to hold something.
Is it square base bottom, round bottom? Like what?
Rectangular,
So it's a rectangular slot, like maybe a book or something would fit in there.
possibly.
I look over the statue, the one right here. Um, it seemed like that book might fit there.
You can certainly try.
Nope. It's my first guess, unless anybody has any better ideas. But I'm going to jump down to there and try to see if I can get the book free from the statue.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an athletics check, please.
Gonna guidance myself on it. You said athletics, right? Just checking.
That is correct.
Fantastic. Huh, 14.
14. You try and grab a hold of the tome that is currently resting in the sarcophagus that represents Xenis. And as you start pulling on the tome, you can see the exact same replications of the symbolization of the Seven Sisters that is on the front of this large stone tome. And as you're pulling and pulling, it's really freaking heavy, and you eventually feel your fingers tear away and unable to pull the stone out of the slot.
Okay, I'll call out the book that this guy's holding. It has the symbols of the Seven Sisters on it. Anybody have any idea? The slot's square, Stan's coming in quick, and I don't know. I don't see anything beside these goblets. There's 4 goblets on the table, and there's the vials back on the bed. I don't see anywhere
At
for the
this moment in
goblets.
time, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh boy. Remind me, initiative is also considered an ability,
Ability check.
correct?
It is considered an ability check, yes.
Okay, so I have to roll this as a normal. Shield cooperate, please. There you go.
Let's see.
Well, bright side is at least you beat the the flat 20, so
Yeah.
you go before any room action happens.
Say anyone else? Professor, initiative, please. Might as well get Baron in here. See if he can do anything with this.
I think the professor's AFK.
It's a Professor AFK. All right. I'll go ahead and let
He
him roll
is
when he
AFK.
joins us. So, funnily enough, Harry, you are the first in initiative.
Um,
Hey, here he is.
What happened?
Professor, roll initiative, please.
What the fuck did you guys do?
I fucked up.
I can't step away for one goddamn minute. Shit's just going
Oh,
Oh
it's
down.
a
no,
lot.
no, no! You were here when Harry got trapped.
13.
13. Okay.
Initiatives. I get +9. I always roll such shit. Travesty.
He's got the higher decks.
So, Harry, As the sand begins to plummet out of the two sarcophaguses' mouths, you're trying to pull the stone-like tome out of the sarcophagus of Xenis and are unable to do so. What do you do?
I need to gather information. I need to figure out more. Is there anything around the room that seems that it might match the slot?
Roll me a perception check, please.
I'm going to guidance myself because this is really important. And that perception. So 3.
What is guidance?
That's an action.
So it
Okay, I
will be
can't have.
your action if you cast
Oof.
guidance.
Oh, that's fair. Okay, then I'll just take the normal roll then.
Okay,
Well, I guess.
23.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yes,
I was gonna say I already rolled it. If you want me to take it as a punishment for getting too ahead of myself, then fine. But
it's fine. We'll allow the 23 to pass. We'll just not add the guidance. So, you immediately look around and you see, even though you were mostly focused on the tome in front of you, there seems to be things underneath the makeshift cot on the opposite side of the room.
that was where I was gonna go next if I didn't see anything. So that works out. Okay, we're gonna scramble. What? Wait, hold on. I need to stay in movement. Sorry. 10, 15, 20, 25. I get to this to kind of like slide in and start. What's there?
Okay, you can see what seems to be two tomes currently resting underneath it, and what looks to be a small metal and stone bowl that is currently resting underneath it as well.
Okay, real quick. You said about the one statue holding something like it with two hands. Is it holding it sword like or bowl like a bowl would sit in there?
No, not a bow, a bowl.
Oh, I know. That's my Discord didn't translate it clearly. Like,
Ah,
is it holding like
gotcha.
open palms, or is it like if it was holding like a hilt of a sword, like about to swing it?
Holding like it was holding a two-handed weapon.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Um, I'm gonna pull out the books with my action and read them and call out that I have these two books, and I think
Okay.
that at this point clears everything I can do because that's
Over
fine.
a quick inspection, you can see one of them is what languages do you understand, Harry?
I know Common, Dwarvish, and Gnomish.
You do not recognize the language of this first tome. The second tome is in common, and it is detailing the creation and construction of turning liquid into stone.
Okay, which side do I can I see it from here? No, I'm out of actions. So, okay, I guess that's my turn then, right? Because I can't really I wouldn't be able to like throw one of the books to the doorway.
I'll say you can throw one of the books to the doorway as a bonus action.
Which Daisy was on the left side, right?
Daisy was on to your right, essentially, so yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna slide the book face up across the floor, hoping it gets two in front of the door, and be like, "I can't read this book. Somebody please tell me what it says."
Sliding it over. Daisy, Dune, what languages do you understand?
Primordial and Draconic and Common.
Abyssal, Common, and Infernal.
Dune, you recognize the language.
Mm-hmm.
It is Abyssal.
Mm-hmm.
You see Tome 1. Sharuvian context, Sharuvian rituals, sacrificial lands to the darkness.
Hmm. I'll go ahead and say what I'm reading out loud.
If I were you, start reading the liquid into stone, Harry.
I don't know
just
if I
reading that
haven't.
other book.
What, like
I
concrete?
don't know. I don't know what I can do.
That will be the end of your turn, Harry. Dune,
I thought.
it is your
Uh,
turn.
I have no idea what to do, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay put where I'm at and then and hold the help action in case anybody needs my help, like Daisy or something.
Okay.
That will be my
Holding
turn.
help action, that will be
Yep.
your turn. Vannon, it is your turn. Daisy on deck.
I'm gonna take a 5 feet up just so I can actually see.
The moment you step there, you're immediately hit by an invisible barrier and wall that seems to clash against your face. You are unable to step in there.
Ooh.
The situation I'm in.
You will recognize that the barrier that you do not see seems to be resting right around here. The same place that you had originally seen the beam of light.
And where's that beam of light at right now? Can I
There is
see it
no
through the
beam of
wall?
light. The passageway in front of you is completely clear. However, the moment you try and physically move through the doorway, there seems to be some solid force that stops you.
If anybody needs to tell me anything, keep a heads up. I'm going to the bathroom real quick. So
I'll keep note.
Is this the sand coming out of this one?
There is thick amounts of sand that are currently gouting out of the mouth part of the sarcophagus. And it seems to be the same burning like sand that you saw in the corridor below the dining room.
Ooh, it's gonna get real hot in there real quick.
Mm-hmm. It's about to be
Just
a
Harry, is just
oven
Harry
for a
trapped
hair.
in there?
Yeah.
Is it just Harry? Okay.
Gross as
Yep,
that.
just
God,
Harry.
Is there any wording along this spot, like around here?
Go ahead and either roll me a perception check or an arcana check. However, your perception check DC will be higher.
Perfect. I'll prefer Arcana.
27. Looking around and quickly inspecting for any signs of sigils or press or any signs of marks, you look and see that there is two distinct full markings that are on the opposite side of the wall.
I yell out to Harry. See these two little markings?
You will see a marking of a bird in flight on the left, right here, and what looks to be a bear walking right here on all four paws.
Is there a particular smell coming out right now, like sulfur or?
Uh, roll me a perception check. You smell the air, and at first you don't smell anything, but then after a moment, as some of the heat begins to slowly build from within the main chamber that Harry is currently in, you smell a distinct full smell of burning flesh.
That sounds about right. So with that, I'll take 5 feet back, and that'd probably be it.
Daisy, it is your turn. Professor on deck.
So is there anything on this wall over here, like on all this entire wall, it's like any symbols or anything?
You can
That
go ahead and roll me an Arcana or Perception check. However, your Perception check will have a higher DC.
right, and I'm going for perception. Because then
Does
Arcana
she
would be
get any?
disadvantage.
Does she get any help from this from me?
She can. Daisy, you will have advantage.
Right. Fuck.
18.
2 5s.
Looking around,
Rip.
quickly trying to gather any information, you can see what looks to be small carvings of something over here on the wall, but you can't fully recognize it. And there seems to be another carving or some form of symbol right over here as well, and you can't really recognize it.
Oh, yeah. There's 2 carvings over on this side, but I can't really see them because of the darkness. And, okay, so. You know what? I'm gonna try to whack them all with the freaking door. Invisible
You gotta
barrier.
just try and whack it. Okay.
I'm gonna whack it with the extender.
Whack it with the extender. Go ahead and make an attack, please. Then you swing for the jade extender and expecting like for some like breakage or like shattering of glass. You swing forward, not fully prepared of when exactly you're gonna feel the impact, and only be recoiled back as you see your jade extender hit something and are immediately pulled back by the feedback.
Just imagine just like vibrating, like oh
Yeah,
no,
it is.
please strip me.
It is like currently ringing in your hands.
That's trippy. Good luck, Harry. And that's it. That's all I can do.
Okay, Professor, it is your turn.
Hmm. This is just solid wall here.
It is
Like
solid
door
wall,
between
yes.
Okay. Maybe we could bust through that wall somehow. I just watched Daisy whack that thing, or she missed it.
You saw Daisy swing out towards the doorway, seem to impact something, and is like immediately recoiled back as if she hit something solid, and was expecting to be immediately like propelled back.
Um, let's let's try it. I might just try to shoot it, see what happens. Because I really got nothing else. I kind of look at Baron. Baron, you got any ideas here, buddy? It's kind of
I'm thinking on something. Give me a second.
all right. Professor looks back between Daisy and Dune. Gonna bonus action, focus wild magic, and I'm gonna take a shot at the barrier and see what happens.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack, please.
25.
25. Okay. And which one are you shooting at?
The one in front of Daisy and Dude. I saw her trying
Okay.
to work on it. Maybe we can kind of chip away at it or something. Is my thought.
You fire forwards, and you see that bolt of light, Daisy and Dune, as the energy shoots out into the air and impacts against it. You see the arrow and the energy within it slowly begin to gather for a moment, and then seems to just drop.
Oh, that sucks.
Damn. Yeah. Okay. I guess I got my bolt back. Shit.
Clattering to the ground in front of both of you. Daisy.
Mm. Yeah.
A moment of your time for a second, please.
All right.
Yeah, I should have shot the other one. Daisy's super perceptive. Fuck.
Ba-doop-a-doo.
Hey, well, everyone else is that's getting talked to is drug away. Anybody have any like light suggestions? Any guess in the dark?
I have. I mean, nothing you can do in there, but I have like Hail Mary. We can try an alchemist bomb. I can try chucking at that wall and blowing a hole in the wall. Other than that, I got nothing, man.
My idea is hopefully that maybe the slot is mechanical and maybe I can reverse engineer it.
Well, you'd be the one to do it.
I'm trying to think what Harry has good like abilities at, and that's tinkering, I guess, like mechanical, like I don't know.
Did you
Other
say
than
how
that,
quickly? Oh, go ahead.
other than that, trying to turn liquid into stone. Oh, okay.
You say, do we have like from what we can see in the Rob? Is how quickly is that room filling up with that sand? Like
At
from
this
my
moment in
view.
time, you see that there is current spewing of the sand, and it seems to be growing faster and faster, as if the construction is just now getting started. You have a feeling that it might be getting faster the longer it progresses.
Okay. Shoot. Well, that was my action, bonus action, and movements. That's my turn.
Very well.
I will say out loud, "Hey, Professor, you made a tiny pinpoint, which instantly healed."
So perhaps if we can put enough damage in one single spot, we can blast through it, potentially. Or what are you thinking?
I am not confident at all.
Sure.
Baron's gonna think for a second, listening to your conversation, is gonna look down at his right gauntlet.
Oh, that's right.
And he's gonna just look over at the passageway.
If you can figure something out, I might be able to make a door.
And he'll start stepping forwards, and you see him press the right gauntlet into the passageway, and all of you see what seems to be a sudden fluctuation of pale white energy immediately ripple out from where his palm had placed.
Definitely doing something.
He is going to make an athletics check. Succeed, so he's keeping
Yeah,
his gauntlet
Baron.
onto the barrier, and you see slowly but surely the ripples of white energy seem to continuously pulse within the gauntlet, and he's like,
I feel something! It's pushing back!
Olive, it is your turn.
You know what to do, I'll get in there. Save Harry.
Olivia's pretty good at that, from what I'm told.
Let's see. Olive is going to look over at Daisy, look over at Professor. Okay, so if we're supposed to be putting single damage spot, like a single spot with damage, am I supposed to be focusing on that? And he'll like, and she'll point over towards where Baron's like currently fighting with some seen force that is currently rippling white energy into the air. Or should I be focusing more in front of you, Daisy?
Over there, and I went to bed.
And she's going to put her hand out and is going to try and pinpoint the exact same area that Baron is currently tending to. At the same time, trying not to hit Baron in the back.
Oh no.
Let's see. She's going to carefully try and pinpoint where she is aiming, and will go ahead and fire the Eldritch Blast.
So, anyways, Olive started blasting.
Two beams shoot out into the air, impacting against the barrier, however, seems to hit either side of where the gauntlet is. The force energy seems to ripple out for a moment, but does not seem to make any distinctful damage that you can see. Just the continuous rippling of white energy coming from Baron's gauntlet. Well, that didn't seem to do shit.
Shit!
Worth a shot.
Okay, guess we're going to do things differently. Give us a second, Harry. She'll make her way over here. Maybe I can do better with you guys. Harry, it is your turn.
Harry, quit messing around. Get out of there. Scared us.
Get out of where? Um. Okay. You said there's liquids on top of the bed, right?
You see that there are 4 different vials, each covered in green-like bottles, made out of clay and stone. Each of them have been corked and labeled in a language you do not currently understand. You do also see what looks to be 2 red vials that were resting underneath the bed. And there is no labels on both of those.
Okay. I am going to start paging. I don't know how this works. Can I read a book?
Uh,
Like I'm looking to see if I can find out if these vials are specifically used in this recipe to make stone.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check, please.
Okay, oh, there it is. I was like, why can I not find investigation? Fantastic. 8.
8. Looking through the book itself, you can see that there have been a few of the pages that have been distinctly marked. And you're going through the first one, and you see the first one that has been marked is turn liquid into stone, create a opal of pure darkness and destruction.
Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted to see. Um, did I hear the idea about them trying to break through the wall?
You can hear, even though it's relatively muffled at this point, as the longer that you're here, the less you're actually hearing on the outside. However, you can hear a cracking, warping, like almost tearing sound starting to come from your left over to the opposite side of where Daisy is. As if you would look over, you can see Baron is pressing his hand, the gauntlet with the black opal, pressing against the air, and you can see the opal itself is glowing a pitch black and seems to be currently sending out a aura of darkness against the air, and the air itself seems to be rippling out white waves of energy away from the opal.
Um, I assume from what I read on the page, I need this opal that's outside to do anything with this book, if that's step 1, apparently. So I am going to um would it be an additional action to toss the book or anything like that?
I'd say it's a bonus action.
Okay, I'm going to, if I can, turn it to the next marked page and slide it over to the left door, and then I'm going to move to the right door.
Okay. Sure. You quickly flip over to the next page, sliding it over in front of Dune and Daisy, and rushing over to Baron, who is still holding his hand and trying his best to hold his ground.
I'm going to pull out the olive branch and aim it up and kind of like well, they can still hear me, right?
Yes.
I'll just call it. Do you want me to blast it?
Stuck! Stuck!
Okay, well that was what I needed to hear. So what? That was almost 20, so I have like 11 feet, which would get me like there. And I'll take a look at the sand before I end my turn.
Okay. As you turn around, you'll see that the sand has indeed grown within the chamber as you have seen the change.
Have I mentioned I don't like it?
Yes.
Okay.
It was implied. In all
I mean, you
honesty.
never know.
Dune, it is your turn.
We're breaking things. This time I try and break the barrier in front of me. And he starts smacking it. Two-handed.
Okay.
Baby, let's do this. So 26 for 7 points of
26.
slashing damage. Magical slashing
Okay.
damage.
All right.
And the second one 16 for 9
16.
points.
Got it. First time you swing, impact against it, you had a genuine idea of where exactly this is, or whatever it is, due to Daisy's original attempt. As you swing around the second time, you feel the blade slide off as if it was like impacted, but didn't seem to like fully land a solid hit, and your blade slides to the side, clearly making no further damage. However, the first hit did seem to hit the barrier, and you
Okay.
do believe you had a solid hit with that.
Okay, I'll just like upon missing the second one, I'll like just curse myself in Infernal. Like, get out of the way, Sabine. I'll have to take care of this. And then that'll be my turn.
Daisy, you would see once again thin pinpoint like crack has been made by Dune, only to immediately be resealed.
Right.
Dune, is that your turn?
Yes.
Vannon, it is your turn. Daisy on deck.
All right. This is gonna be kind of weird, but I want to over to here. I want to try to cast Mage Hand right over here.
You try and cast Mage Hand?
Yeah.
Okay. You cast Mage Hand. You see the Mage Hand appear over here, but it seems a lot more faded, translucent, clearly not fully there.
All right, what was that? I just have him hit. What? There's a bear, and what was the other one? These symbols here.
There is a bear and what looks to be a winged bird.
I want to have it touch the winged bird one.
You have it touch the winged bird, nothing happens.
Probably. It's an action, bonus action. So yeah, I'll move right it back. That's it.
Very well. Daisy, it is your turn.
All right. So I am going to step back. I'm going to extend the Jade Extender using my bonus action. And then
Okay.
using both hands, I'm gonna point it at the door. And I look at
Okay.
Olive and say, the moment I stab the door of this, shoot at the point I hit it. Don't worry about hitting him with this staff. You won't break it. And now with a 10-foot large pole, I get ready to hit the door.
Okay. So you're holding your action for Olive to be ready?
Yeah, the moment Olive says she's going to shoot, I stab it so that there's a pinpoint, and then have Olive Blast it.
Okay. Holding your action. Are you at all reading the book that was thrown in front of you?
Oh, I should read that before. Shit. Eh. Don't matter, just a gadget glance.
Before you're readying yourself, you like, oh, right, Harry threw me something. Quickly stepping forward, you can see on the page in front of you, written in common,
hmm
turn liquid into stone. Turn liquid and blood into weapons of war.
I recite this out.
You recite the recipe given. You need 2 vials of merfolk acid. You need 2 vials of basilisk blood, and 1 vial of a golem's heart,
Good lord.
and a vial of a mermaid's tears.
Damn simple, damn it.
I mean, I don't know. It's pretty
And that
straightforward. It tells
is
you exactly what's needed.
that is as far as you get before your turn is over and you begin to move away with the jade extender.
Right. I'll say, dude, if we fail to break this thing open, read the rest.
Okay.
You know what? What were you doing? What was your last thing doing? Was just whacking it?
Yeah,
Do you still have a bonus action?
I do.
I would have allowed you to use that bonus action to read some of this.
I'll do it then if you'll let me.
Okay. You will see. First put in the basilisk blood, coat with the tears of a mermaid, pour in the acid of merfolk, and the last will create the weapon of your choosing.
I'll kind of read it out loud and it was I don't know what in the
That's the
hell's
weapon
that
Harry needs
mean.
to forge so that he can open the thing and put it in the hands of the thing.
Oh yes, Harry, do that, do that.
Daisy, you're holding your action. Professor,
Sure.
it is your turn.
I'm sure Harry's got a lot of stuff on him.
I mean, there's a lot of vowels in here, so I don't know what any of them say.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna bonus action focus wild magic again, and I'm gonna hold an overcharged magic missile for when Daisy and I'll launch their attack against the barrier. I'm gonna try to
Okay,
send a magic missile in the same time,
gotcha.
and
So
there we
holding
go.
your turn, readying yourself, holding position, making sure that you're in the perfect alignment not to have your allies in friendly fire.
Yeah, Press is basically like hunched down at this bench, like resting his wrist on the bench, like taking steady aim, and that'll be my turn.
Very well. Baron is going to use his action to maintain his grip on the gauntlet and is going to try and hold it there. An 11 will propel him back. As he clatters back to the ground, he'll look over the barrier as you see the white ripples slowly begin to fade away. He's like, "No, you don't get back here! I'm not done with you!" Just pushes his hand forwards again and tries to throw his hand forwards. We'll use a second attack to do so. Nat one's it.
Oh, Baron.
Swings wide and instead impacts against the stone as he seems to just stumble forwards. God damn it! Hold on, Harry!
It's all right, Baron. Take a mulligan on that one.
That will be Baron's turn. Olive. Everyone's been waiting for this moment.
Now let's go.
Olive will just look around for a moment, shrug her shoulders. What's the worst that could happen? Throws her hand at the ready, and will give a slight nod towards you, Daisy.
I say now as I thrust forward.
Okay, Daisy, make your attack.
My
Shit.
shot too. Oh my God, Daisy, why?
Olive will go ahead and fire her Eldritch Blast twice.
I'll launch my attack too.
And just smack me.
Should be 25. I can't have the +1 to it.
Okay. Daisy, you swing forwards, throwing your hand out, and you see the Jade Extender impact. However, you push too much force in it and send the staff into the air. As you do so, you see the staff rise up just in time for the Eldritch Blast to impact against the side of the Jade Extender, sending you against the wall. And Olive just looks at you like, I thought you said not to worry about the staff. You put the staff in front of me.
I said not to worry about breaking.
And both of you hear the sound of Professor firing a bolt that seems to impact against the barrier. And Daisy, once again, you see a pinpoint-like hole that is immediately sealed.
Damn.
I knew
Olive
she
will
would
just
not skip the landscape.
sigh heavily and will just, again, I suppose.
We'll see. As I grab the jet extender from the floor. Eventually.
That will be her turn. Harry, it is your turn. Do it on deck.
Distances. No, I don't have enough distance to do that. Where's the book at exactly?
Which book?
The one that I threw over here. Like, where's it sitting? Could I reasonably get to the book and then get back to the vials?
You could rush over to the book and back to the vials, yeah.
Would I be able to do anything on this turn if I did that?
I'd say it would cost you your bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll just hope for the best. We'll just keep going with it. So yeah, I dash over, I grab the book, and I kind of like, oh god, I'm just gonna say that was there. So dash over and dash back behind the wall. Stop that. Um, lay the book down and start trying to figure out which vials are which.
Okay. You can see written on the green vials there are multiple labels.
So you said I
On it
couldn't read the
you can
labels.
see you cannot recognize the labels, no. They are all in a language you don't understand.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what are they see through? Can I see what's like colors are in them?
No, they are green pot-like vials
Ah,
made out of wood and stone.
I
The
guess.
only ones that are glass are the two red vials that were currently on the underneath the cot.
So they're filled with red liquid, but they're not red.
No, they are filled with red liquid, but they are clear through glass.
Okay, okay. Um, didn't one of the things say blood?
Yes, it did.
I'm gonna have to assume that's the blood.
You would remember that it is 2 vials of basilisk blood,
Yeah, we'll assume that's
2
the blood.
vials of merfolk acid, 1 vial of mermaid's tears, and 1 vial of a golem's heart.
Oh, okay. The vials. So I have 2 red vials to match. I have 2 green vials to match. Are the other 2 individuals?
No, there are 4 distinctful green vials,
Of course.
each labeled in a language you don't understand.
If I were to take the lids off them, will they sit upright?
Which ones?
The green ones.
All of them seem to stand upright.
Okay, so if I can, I'm gonna pop the lids off them with the rest of my turn, and I guess next turn I'm gonna just try to figure out what they are and then start combining them in the order the book says. I don't know what I'm
Okay.
allowed to do within an action, so, but I feel like I'm
Gotcha.
pushing it already at this point.
Yeah, you are immediately uncorking any of the green vials that you can see. You can notice that the red liquid within the glass vials are a lot thicker, and would recognize that these are definitely not healing potions.
They seem bloody. I'll go with blood. Blood's the right answer for that. At least for me right now, those are blood. So those are blood and Helm's a statue. Got it.
And at
That
the
I'm
end
good.
of your
Okay.
turn, sand grows into the room. Soon, it is your turn. You saw
Alright.
Harry quickly rush over just in time to grab the tome before the sand seemed to pour out over it. As you can hear him scrambling around, clattering sounds of wood echoing out and clattering against the floor. What do you wish to do?
Okay, so I plan on holding my attack action for when everybody attacks this barrier, so I'm gonna attack with them. My question is, 'cause I can't remember, if I hold the attack action, can I still make 2 attacks on that held action, or is it just 1?
Just one.
Hmm.
I think. Hold on. Let me double check that. Ba 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 ba. Ready to action. Do, 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 do. When you ready in action, it is only 1 attack.
Okay, that sucks. uh, yeah, I guess I'll just hold the attack action on the barrier when everyone starts to swing at it,
All right.
and that's my turn.
Gotcha. Vannon, it is your turn.
I gotta point out that doesn't that gauntlet work on stone, or hypothetically, instead of hitting that, why don't we hit the wall?
Because this does not destroy the wall. We've done that before. You just saw me put my hand against the wall before. It does not destroy the wall. I cannot get through there.
Isn't it supposed to absorb the wall?
It was destroyed parts of the wall, but anything that seems to be still in one piece, no.
Hmm. I see Harry.
From here, no.
I don't think I could.
He is currently out of your current line of vision.
I yell at Harry, come over so where I can see you.
You. I see.
That's all I'm doing for right now. I'm gonna not really ready a reaction, but start. I think I'm gonna have a reaction.
Okay, what are you holding your action for?
I'm not really holding an action. I'm just letting you know. I'll probably do a reaction.
Okay, gotcha. So I'll go ahead and wait out for that. Daisy, what do you wish to do? Daisy. Daisy? Is it me?
Daisy is going to do all the correct things. That's what Daisy's going to do.
She
She's
can
just getting it
certainly
all
try.
ready. Just getting it all ready.
Daisy, if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, she's typing. Ah, okay. How very convenient that her turn comes around and then the internet turns off.
Yeah, no kidding.
Pull the plug.
I can't lose if I pull the plug. In that case, for the time being, Professor.
Yeah. Where'd Baron go? Is Bannon standing on Baron's spot?
Yes.
Okay. I am just going to come over here and I like give the help action to Baron when he tries that again. Just like maybe brace behind him, put a little more force behind it.
Gotcha.
Shit. Yeah, that's all I really got. We'll pass the turn.
All right. Aaron's going to go ahead and push forwards with your assistance. Good.
Beautiful.
Going to continue to hold his ground, looking back at you. Thank you, my run. Almost through. As you see him push his hand forwards, the rippling of white energy begins to build, and there is a distinctful sound of a almost tearing sound within the air as he's continuing to push that gauntlet into it.
Oh, it's happening. Something's happening. If you guys are out of options over here, maybe come over and help Baron. I think we're making progress.
Olive's going to look over at Dune, look over at Daisy. Are we doing this? Are we helping them?
If they've almost through, we might as well go help them out.
Just a little more strength would be better
Harry!
over here.
Is everything all right? What's going on in there?
You said it was getting more and more muffled as it went. How does it sound right now?
It's almost like she's talking through a window. So it's still muffled, but you can hear her.
I'm gonna call back. Trying to mix per this book. Maybe it'll work. Trying to go fast.
Is there something like, can I help you at all? Like, can you not understand anything?
I don't even know how. I can't repeat the words in the vial back to her because I can't read them. I don't even know what sounds they would make. I don't feel like I have time for the sand is creeping up faster and faster.
Well,
Like,
let's see.
no.
What does she recognize? Okay. Let's see if she can do this. She's going to use her ghostly gaze to look through the wall. Harry, show me one of the vials.
I don't. Can I turn them? Like, I don't know if I can turn them on my off turn.
You can turn one of them. I'll allow that.
Yeah, I'll turn a vial. Then let's go with one of the green ones I can't read.
She'll look it over for a moment. Does anyone here know Abyssal?
I do.
Dune's the only one.
No, I got it too.
Come in.
Harry, the vials are detailed. The notes are in abyssal. I can't understand them, but the others can.
I'm the
She's
guest.
gonna step away and start making her way over. And was that her action? Was that her action? That's a good fucking question. Let's see. Yep, it was an action. Okay, so she is going to move over here. Start checking out on what exactly is going on the other side and preparing. Harry, it is your turn.
Now that I have the vial lids popped off, what colors are the liquids?
You can see that opening the first two vials that you can see, you see what looks to be a relatively clear but greenish-like liquid. Relatively thick in nature. The next one is a pale blue in color, but is also relatively thick. And the last one is a light blue color, but clear and reasonably thin in nature. There is no consistency to it.
So what was the first color again? Just need the first color.
Green.
Okay. Reading the book. One's acid, one's mermaid tears. What was the other one?
Mermaid Tears, the heart of a golem.
Heart of Golem. Okay, I didn't. Heart of Golem. Um, we assume 2 green acid. We assume mermaid tear. I'll yell out. Are mermaid tears watery?
Aren't most tears watery?
That's good enough for me. Okay, so we're going to assume that the vials with green stuff in it are the acid. We're going to assume the thinner liquid is mermaid tears. We're going to assume the thicker blue liquid is golem heart, I guess. I don't exactly know. Um, and I'm going to combine them in the order of the book. Red blood, green is acid, thicker blue is golem heart, thinner, clearish is mermaid tears. I'm going to combine them in the order as the book says.
Quickly start
In the bowl, by
into
the
the
way.
bowl. Okay. Bring the bowl out from under the cot. You quickly start pouring the contents out of each of the vials. Slowly but surely, there is a very thick composition of ingredients that are starting to thicken in this bowl.
It said something about the two-hand or the weapon of your desire, so I'm gonna think. I don't know. Think of a two-handed weapon that would fit in the hands of the guy.
You do not know what would relatively rest in the hands of this person.
You said it was two. Did anybody call what they thought the statue was? Or do I remember what they said the statue was?
I said the first sister.
Harry, I am going to need you to make a history check. See if you remember, if at all within your research, you remembered the weapon of this particular individual. 18. You're gathering the ingredients, thinking hard. You remember having a conversation with the third princess about her older sister, but you don't remember any conversations about weapon.
And I just thinking back, the page didn't have it. Just said about mixing liquids together, and then the weapon should happen.
That is correct.
Um, thinking. Okay, I'm a smith. I work with metal a lot. The block up top, it was a square. Does it look like it might be a mold of some sort?
The block at the top.
Yeah, the hole was. Would maybe it's a mold?
Uh,
I feel like I've probably worked with smithing things that are molds. Maybe it seemed like maybe it was a mold.
give me. You know what? I can't give you anything extra from that. You've already rolled your history. You've already rolled your one thing for the day. So I'll have to say you can certainly try, but there's only one way to find out.
I'm not willing to just dump this in there yet. Um, I'll
However,
I'll
I will
start.
say the sand is starting to gather quite close to you at this point.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay, if that's the case, we're going to grab the bowl, grab the book, and start working my way up to. I imagine this is elevated thing.
Yes, the elevated pyramid.
Yeah, we're gonna start elevating ourselves.
Okay. Make your way up, holding the bowl and the tome in hand. You'll notice as at the end of your turn, you'll Daisy and Dune, you'll both notice as the sand covers the dark tome of the Sharuvian texts. You see the sand immediately encompass it, and there is nothing but black smoke that seems to rise from underneath.
Oh,
As
yeah.
expected.
As these two will disappear, and these are now the new layer of sand.
Holy, holy shit.
Dune, you see the
All right.
sand encompass and fill the space in front of the doorway in front of you. You see the sand seem to press and slowly build in front of the space as if there is a wall or see through in front of you that seems to be stopping the sand from getting any further out of the main chamber. You do not see Harry.
Fantastic. Since I know they're working on this door, I'm going to move over 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to say if this breaks, you get burnt. I'm not sorry. And then I'm going to take 2 swings at that barrier to help. You'll bear it
Okay.
reckless. So the first one's going to be a 21 for 7
21.
points of magical slashing.
Okay.
And then second attack, 24 for 16 points of magical slashing.
Okay. First one, swing out. You feel like you have a solid hit. However, one of the large waves of white energy seems to send your blade up into the air with the sudden fluctuation of propulsion, as you don't feel like your first hit actually made a full impact. However, swinging around and clashing your axe against the invisible wall the second time, seeing fluctuations of white energy, you're able to slam forwards inches above where the where Baron's gauntlet is currently placed, and you can see amongst some of the rippling white energy along the surface of the barrier, you see what looks to be a razor thin looking pale white crack beginning to build.
Okay. Uh, that's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be all I got.
Very well.
Well, actually, no, I'll move back 5 feet here, and then that's my turn.
Okay. Vannon, it is your turn. Baron is still holding the gauntlet against the air, the rippling white energy exuding from the gauntlet. You can see as you're poking your head around the corner, Harry is currently scrambling up on top of the platform-like pyramid in the center of the room as the sand is starting to slowly surround him and the platform.
All right, so I can't see him though.
You can see him.
So I'm going to cast Old Tuluk's Resilient Sphere on Harry.
Okay. Vannon, you use wisdom or intelligence for your spell casting.
Intelligence.
Roll me an intelligence check, please.
Ooh. Is it base intelligence?
Base intelligence.
Oh, that sucks.
You throw your hand out towards Harry as you see the sphere beginning to solidify and build around him. However, there is a sudden pulse, and the orb seems to shatter around Harry in a cacophony of pale white energy. The same pale white energy that is keeping the barrier between you and getting into the room.
Figures.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check, please, Vannon, or religion, depending on how you wish to do this.
Basically,
You would recognize, especially since you've encountered stuff like this before, you would believe that without a proper concentration on the spell and maintaining it, can be very easily dispelled in here. You have a feeling that any higher leveled spells could possibly be repelled, since these barriers are up.
step out of here. So, for me. All right.
Will that be your turn?
That's it. Yep.
Daisy, it is your turn. Professor on deck.
What a turn of events, if I do say so myself. Alright, I'll step 5 feet forward. And if I am not mistaken... Okay, the professor's still not within. Another 5 feet. I cast Bless on Dune, Olive, and the Professor.
Okay.
And I look at them, I'm like, I hope you can break that thing. For Harry's sake. And, so that's my action. Then I'll use the rest of my movement to get back here. And, seeing at the speed that the sand is filling up the room, seeing Harry, how long until the sand engulfs Harry and or the statue's hands?
You believe that at this moment in time, you have maybe 20 to 30 seconds until the platform that Harry is currently standing on will be covered, and the hands of the statue will be covered as well in stand. You believe that in the next 6 seconds or so, the entirety of the floor will be probably covered.
Right, I see. Alright, that'll do. That'll
Very
do
well.
for now.
Professor, it is your turn.
I mean, I got nothing except continuing to back up Baron, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Got you.
Yeah, that'll be it. I'll use my action for that.
Gotcha. Using your action for the help action with Baron.
Yes.
Baron is going to hold his hand forwards. He seems to like shift for a moment, looks over his shoulder.
If I continue to use this power, I don't know how much longer the stone will hold.
If we stop, Harry's gonna die. Let's hope it holds.
Just a warning.
And he will just continue to push his hand forwards.
I'll just continue putting my weight at the Baron's back.
At that, you see him push forwards, giving out a grunt of effort and strain before eventually you hear the rip and tearing sound of the air immediately shatter as you see him stepping forward, stumbling for a moment before quickly gathering his balance before the sand. And he's just like, "We're through."
Harry, get out of there! You said he caught himself? Like he's not...
He caught himself, yeah.
Okay, I was going to try to use my reaction to grab, but okay. Yeah, Harry, get the hell out of there!
And he's going to step away, knowing now that the barrier between him and the sand is no longer there, is going to start stepping back.
That would be ideal.
And is going to look down at his right gauntlet and frown.
What's the verdict, Baron? Is that it?
Professor, you look down, and you do see that in the center of the right gauntlet's palm, where the barrier is currently resting, is a broken and shattered opal.
Damn, that was our best weapon. Hey, you better kill a lot of shit coming up. That's all I gotta say.
That is Baron's turn. Olive is going to step in, look over at Harry. Harry, do you have anything that you need to do here before I get you the fuck out?
I want to at least, if nothing else, pour this liquid into the hole here before maybe we never have a chance to.
She is going to look at you. Do you need help getting out?
I kind of take a look across everything. I can pretty easily dash rabbit hop out of this, right? Well, will pouring the action be a liquid, or pouring the liquid be an action?
Pouring the liquid will be indeed an action.
Okay,
It's
so I
basically
wouldn't
an
be able to
item
dash,
infraction.
but I'd be able to rabbit hop. So I kind of measure it up. I don't want to actually move. So, and then we go from there to there, and then I have 20. Yeah, I can get out pretty easily. Just make yes, I can get out. I don't need assistance if that door is open. Correct?
For now, it's open.
Seems to be.
Then yeah, clear
We
the
don't know
doorway,
how long
and
though, Harry.
I'll be out within a couple seconds here.
She'll go ahead and step aside. Actually, no, she would know her better. Yeah, I'm gonna follow Park's orders on this one. He's gonna go in. She's gonna go in, start climbing up the pyramid next to you, Harry. Just looks at you, not leaving you again. Get the shit done. What the fuck we doing?
It's just gonna cost more action for me to hand the bowl for her to pour it at this point. Would she even have the movement to get to it to pour it in?
No. She
Yeah,
would
that's
have
what I
had to climb up the same amount of distance that you had. So she would have. That would have been her movement to get to you. So she would essentially have to dash to get to the altar.
Yeah, which means it's still gonna cost the same.
Right.
So she did use her action, so she can't hold an action?
This would no. She still has an action. She's used her entire move.
If you have one of those teleports, if you want to hold it until I get back to you, then you can get us straight out of here real fast.
That I can. Don't exactly want to use it though, but that I
Okay,
can
no,
use.
it's fine. It's fine. Then I can get out of here. Like, I did the math right, correct? Like, would I be
You
able to
believe?
pour? Would I like? How tall is this compared to where I'm at? I don't.
It is standing 5 foot tall.
So, would I be able to pour in the liquid without? What would that be? Would that be rough terrain? Do I have to climb? How does that work?
There is a ledge, like a raised ledge that you could essentially step on to pour the liquid in.
Yeah, because basically I have 15 foot with a rabbit jump to
Mhm.
as a bonus action jump away, which would give me Let me make sure that's a bonus action. I didn't actually double check that. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Racials. Rabbit hop is a bonus action. Oh, I can jump 20 feet. Okay, so I actually have more than I thought. So I can jump 20 feet. So I have upwards of 50 feet of movement right now, which should be enough to clear the room, right?
You believe so, yes.
I'm gonna tell Olive, I need you to trust me and get out of the room because I'm going to haul out here.
She'll look at you through the visor of her helmet, just staring you down.
Trust me.
If you die in here, I'm dragging you
It's
back from
my
hell.
fault. If I die in
She'll
here, I
chill
was
down.
meant to die in here.
She'll start making her way out, using her action to dash, and she will get to here. Harry, it is your turn.
Okay, so we're gonna go through with the action I said. We're going to pour the bowl into the socket.
Okay. You start pouring it in, and you hear the sound of liquid being gathered in the center of the slot, and you do see it slowly filling it up to the top. And you would know, especially looking at this is a mold. And this might take a minute to essentially cool.
Uh, Damn. Think. Did I hear the comment where Baron can walk through the sand without getting hurt?
You did not. He was in the dining room while you guys were chilling out in the main inner sanctum. So no, you did not hear that conversation.
Okay. Fuck it. I told her that's what's happening. I poured it in. It's hopefully making the weapon. I am going to do as I said, and sorry, I guess I was here, wouldn't I? So
Yep.
5. I'm going to rabbit hop to here, rabbit hop to there, and then dash out. Not
Okay.
actually action dash, but am I out of the room?
You are out of the room, but you will also notice that the sand is still pouring, and there is no barrier there anymore.
Yeah, I don't know how long it would take for it to push out the door.
I mean, I do have a temporary stopgap. Temporary.
I'm molding hopefully some weapon in there right now. I think it's gonna get covered in sand though, and I don't want to be in that room if this barrier repairs. So
Screw it, you're out alive.
that's why I'm here. I trust me. I think I made the right choice, but
Look, for now, everybody, we should move towards the window room. It's the safest bet at this point.
Is that the end of your turn, Harry?
um, I take however much more movement I can get to get away from the sand. Like I don't, 5. Hold on. 5 to there. 15. No, it's a 20 jump to there. 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I go over this, or is that blocking?
Sorry, what is the question?
Where I'm drawing this line, is that
Yes, that is still a raised up platform of stone that is essentially a base to a previous statue.
I can't step out, so yeah, I guess all I can do is step over this way and hopefully be out of the way of the sand, because I have 5 feet of movement left, but I can't get past anyone with that, so
Okay. At the end of your turn, the stand shifts, pouring out of the room as the barrier is no longer there. Harry and Professor, I need you to make me dexterity saving throws, please.
Professor has bless. Just a reminder.
I'm blessed. Okay.
I also have a reaction I can do if I miss this. Which I don't even know if that'll save.
17.
But
17 will succeed.
hold on. 15?
That's a
15
respectable roll. That's respectable.
sadly fails.
Ah,
This is going
Harry, you take 25 points of fire damage. Professor,
Oof.
you take half.
I take 0.
So you take 12. You take 0.
Dex save.
Haha. Gotcha.
Ah.
As the sand continues to pour out, you can see that it seems to be slowly rising within the room. And it's continually beginning to pour out as the heat immensely begins to fill the air in front of you. Dune, it is your turn.
Perhaps you should
I'm
exit
getting
now.
away from this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Dash 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 95, 80.
Shouldn't we, dude? Hold on. Oh my God! Don't we want to go down that hallway right there? The pressure's like pointing down that hallway. Shouldn't we go that way? We're gonna be
Wait,
trapped
which one?
another way.
Which one are you talking about?
Remember, there's a hole. If the sand keeps pouring out, it'll eventually break the stuff that's above the hole, and then it'll all fall into the hole. We'll be fine up there.
Well, I'm waiting on y'all. It's my turn.
Vannon, it is your turn.
I will be running back.
Oh Lord! Just looking in that room, is the sand not stopping? It's just continuously pouring
Oh,
out.
it is continuously pouring
Yeah,
out.
we got. I think we need to make down that hallway quick, right? Like we're just gonna end up being trapped in here.
Which way are we going, though?
No idea. We're just running around.
Back towards
Yeah,
the window
like-
room. Go.
I can't think of anything to use it. Is it? So this is that. Okay. Yeah, that's what. Start walking backwards.
You know, this would be a perfect opportunity for Olive to plant something, but you know.
It is sand.
It is sand.
Christ.
if you could not, I'd appreciate, as I'm still in said sand that you'd like to plant said thing in.
Go back this way.
Very well.
That's it.
Gotcha.
Fuck, thanks, Rob.
Daisy, it is your turn. Professor on deck.
Yup. You know what I'm doing?
Yeah,
Something that-
Daisy, you can see in front of you, even though you cannot see the barrier in front of you, the sand is slowly pressing up as if there's something solidly in front of you and it's starting to pile up.
Yep.
Maybe we
You
can
will
leave.
also notice, standing there,
Mhm.
there seems to be a faint hint of a glow of light slowly beginning to rise from the top of the altar in the
Oh.
center of the room.
I'll say, Harry, whatever you did, there's light coming out of there now. And
What
so
did you
I
do?
am going to move down this way. And I'm going to summon my final Thornwall of the day to block the freaking thing for whatever few seconds we may buy from hot sand contacting wood.
Oh, where exactly? If you don't mind me asking. Right there?
Like right there. Yeah, so, like this.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to. We won't be able to see what Harry made.
He'll
Which
decide
would you
perfectly.
prefer? Which would you prefer?
Hey,
To
man,
see
I
the
don't care. I'm a
toy or
physicist.
see sand?
I mean, I could probably. How far is the altar? All the way in the back of that room.
The altar is
Like,
pretty much in the back of
I-
the room, yeah.
I could. What is that? 5,
So
10,
yeah,
15,
this
20,
time it's
25.
the
I can make it there.
10 by 10 by 5. And it covers the whole doorway. So if the doorway is like 10, just go all the way to 10. If it's 5, it goes up to 5. You know the deal.
Yeah. The doorway seems to stand around about 10 foot tall. So
Alright.
the wall of vines immediately cuts off any further pouring out sand at the moment.
I'm like, there. Now continue on your merry way, boys. And I moved the rest of my 20 feet down. And yeah, that's all she wrote for my turn.
Okay.
I was about to run in there and try to get at that altar, but thanks, Daisy. I mean, I guess this is for the best, honestly.
Professor, at the start of your turn, I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
There we go. Okay. Save. Oh, this is gonna get ugly.
You need a 4 on that bless.
Hey, there we go.
Succeeds! You take half of this damage. You take 7 points of damage, reduced to nothing because you succeeded.
Hey.
That's right. Damn it. Damn you magical wizards and all your bullshit. Anyway, so
Million tricks up my sleeve. I was playing on my
Professor,
turn.
you're
I
able
was
to
gonna
move?
run up to the ceiling, then run in there and try to grab whatever Harry made, then run out. But honestly, I was looking forward
yeah.
to it. That barrier might reform.
You immediately look up as if ready to jump in there, and instead of a invisible barrier, you just see a large wall of vines just immediately fill out that doorway.
God,
How
damn
heavy
it.
is
That
the
doesn't
vine
get-
pack? Is there like still sand leaking through it, or
doesn't get
No,
cool.
it is just the sand that is currently underneath you that seems to be in the room. The wall of vines currently seems to be holding the sand back.
Daisy would have said, "You should have told me earlier, Professor."
Spur of the moment thing. I didn't think I forgot you could do this. Yeah, I mean, it's by the time that gives way, it's going to be just piled up in the doorway anyway. So, yeah. So as I was saying, maybe we should think about heading down this hallway here next to Baron, because if this sand keeps filling this room, we're basically going to be trapped in that window room indefinitely. I'm going to move away from the sand. 10, 15. Go 20, 25, and you know, I'm just gonna walk up to the ceiling. Actually, well, no. What do I have left? Actually, yeah. I'm gonna bonus action lesser haste and just get up to the ceiling, so I'm above it all.
Yeah.
And then use a little bit more movement to just kind of come back to the middle of the room, just because you said these ceilings are like what, 8 feet tall, or something like that. I remember.
The ceiling in the main sanctum is 15 foot tall. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I got enough movement for that. Let me just do that. So I know. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's my 2 cents. I think we should head down the hallway, but I'm not going by myself, and I will pass the turn.
Gotcha. Let me go ahead and just do this for you real quick. There we go. And there we go.
Okay.
Baron is going to look forwards at the sand, look down at the gauntlet that he has, just look over at everyone else.
I'm not affected by this. I don't know what this is, but it seems to be the same sand of the corridor. The same sand from under the temple.
He'll like reach down with his right gauntlet to see and inspect if the opal will still like absorb anything, and instead finds nothing as the gauntlet seems to touch the sand. He doesn't seem to recoil, but just seem to just slowly lift it up again, shake off the remaining sand to the side, and will take a step back.
Ooh, sand doesn't affect him.
Yeah, we already knew that. Oh, sorry, you guys already. I didn't know that, but I
Daisy
saw
and
that,
Dune
right?
knew that. Now you
But I
have
just
seen
saw
that
that.
now, Harry. Yeah, everyone just saw Baron like no, like completely nonchalantly, because you at the moment, Harry, you feel like you're currently like being burned, like there's like razor hot holes and lava directly underneath you, and there is a distinctful heat, the same as you felt within the desert, however directly underneath you, that seems to be continuously welting against your side.
Someone is
He's just
trying to
gone
quickly grab
down.
it.
He's just gone down, like leaned down closer to the sand, actively touched it with the gauntlet, as if he's just touching normal ground, stood back up, shook it off, and then just nonchalantly stepped away from the sand. Completely unaffected by it. Olive is going to immediately step away from the sand, recoiling away from the small patch that has been made, and he's just gonna. Actually, she's gonna drag you with her, so you don't get affected by the pouring sand, and will move you away with her, and will dash as well, just to actively make sure that you are out of it. And that will be her turn. Harry, at this moment in time, starting initiative, you will all see that the sand has been blocked off by the vine wall. No more grains of sand seem to be breaking through at the moment. You are out of initiative.
Now that I'm being dragged away from the sand, I want to come over here and like, maybe not exactly there. Like, I want to see how high the sand is piling up since this side is see-through, right?
Yes. At this moment in time, you'll see that the sand has piled up to maybe a good 3 to 4 foot tall against the barrier. Daisy, how long does the vine wall last?
Good question. Let's see. No, that's spells, not even.
I don't think it says exactly how long it lasts.
Until it's destroyed or I summon another one, I think it was, that you agreed on.
So the vine wall is staying there for the time being.
Yeah, that's why I said, like,
No.
just step back in case it burns.
Uh.
Is the vine wall getting any darker?
Does not seem to be any darker at the moment. And you see there is no grains of sand that seem to be poking through it, even though you can see on the see-through side, on the opposite door, the sand is actively starting to pile up higher and higher. Daisy, do you have any missing HP?
No, I am full, but it turns it into temporary HP.
Okay.
It says additionally half of the damage taken by the thorn barrier is given to the wielder as temporary hit points.
Go ahead and roll damage for me, please.
Let's see. I think it's 3d6. Nice 4.
Okay. You gain 2 temporary hit points.
Yahtzee.
There it is.
Everybody sees Daisy in a moment of confusion. She's like, huh, I didn't know that was possible.
What happened?
I just felt energy come from the vine wall. That's weird.
Wait, does that happen when anything's touching it? Because I mean,
Yeah,
there's
that
sand
is.
touching it.
kind of weird, actually.
Whenever it damages something. Huh. Well, look at that.
Is there
So the
something
sand's
about the sand?
alive.
I don't know. That's fun. That's the funny part. Oh, Harry, you should check in there
I'm
before
currently
you know, it
looking.
gets covered. You know what? The light, the sword is making, or whatever you were making.
I guess can I see it from here?
Give me a
Well,
perception check, please,
I
Harry,
guess we
because
trust
the
the
sand
barrier,
is
so
starting
I'd
to
go to here.
grow. Yeah. You give me a perception check, because the sand is getting relatively high at this point.
I'm gonna guidance myself on this since I'm no longer in turn order. So
Olive, go ahead and roll me 2 attacks for your Eldritch Blasts.
17.
17. You can see, even though the sand, the pale white sand, is starting to pile up in front of you and along the barrier, just at the top of the altar where you had poured the liquid into the mold, you can see a distinctful, soft green light rising from the top.
Okay. Well, it's a green light. I don't know if that's good. I don't know. Would I have any idea? I don't know if this is Arcana. If this is, I mean, it's forging. Like I thought it was a mold. So would I get any benefit with Smith's tools? Like I don't know.
With this one, it would be either Arcana or Religion.
I am not proficient in either. So, do I need to be proficient in either?
I will say this. You can roll me a Smith Tools, but the DC is going to be high.
Okay. I'm gonna be kind of stupid with you. Is it
Sure.
okay? Actually, let me
Is it?
ask you this: am I using a Smith's check? Am I allowed to use? Am I using my hammer, which would then give me a benefit of that?
No.
Okay, because I was just saying, if so, then I need it. If it's not higher than a 23, I automatically succeed. But okay, if you're saying that the hammer doesn't count, then no, I do
The
not commit
hammer
a
does
rule.
not count. You can't just hold the hammer and just know, oh yeah, I know shit. No, sadly not.
That would be cool, though.
I
That would
channel
be
my
very
hammer.
cool, but sadly not.
Okay, I'll give it a shot. Smith's tool. Can I guidance that?
Sure.
Cool. Come on.
Woo! That's a good one.
Hold on. It could be a 30. No, it's 27.
Dang.
27.
Close enough.
First of all, you know full well any normal weapon in a mold would not be giving that distinctful glow. You would
What
know
about
that it would
buying
be
the
a more
sand?
reddish or like any signs of the sand.
I'm figuring it might combine with sand. Maybe that's why it's green. Like, does that seem reasonable?
You believe that there might be some composition of the sand actually helping mold the liquid due to the heat. And you would also believe that this is no normal weapon that you've created, especially
Magic.
with the distinctful green glow. This is beyond mastercraft like weaponry. You've obviously created something of some form of magical level. How powerful? You're not sure. But this is even beyond your limits. And the fact that you're able to create this in such little time, to you, as a crafter is a miracle. But given the location you're in, miracles seem to happen quite frequently here.
Um,
If you're needing a moment to think,
so I have a
I
lot
will
of questions,
say,
but I don't know if I can say like so multiple questions I have. Does
okay,
it seem like this room is gonna fill to the top? If so,
you are watching, and eventually you do see the sand is starting to rise above your head and does seem to be heading towards the ceiling. Yes, it does seem that the room is slowly filling out with sand.
I'd call out to Baron. Can you dig through this sand safely?
Dig through it? I don't know.
I mean, there's some there to test. I don't know. Like, is there enough that like he could try to dig through it?
10 and 22 to hit. Both those hits. Olive, you can go ahead and roll damage. He will like frown for a moment.
I've never really tried to crawl through this stuff before. I've
Not
only
not
been
not
walking on it. What?
not not crawl. Dig.
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 I mean, he'll look down at himself. He is very much obviously a beaver in nature. So he'll like give a like look down at himself, look down at like the partial claws that he has on his hands, and just look
Boat? But I've never really considered it before.
Yes, dig like the badger you are.
The
uh
reason I'm saying and I'm gonna say this now aloud. I made something. I don't think it's safe for any of us to go into this room, but if we let it fill up, I assume the sand has to stop at some point.
uh let's see. Olive, you send 2 Eldritch Blasts into the sand that is currently resting. You see it scatter out slightly, as if propelled back, but not a lot of it. It is still one larger pile at this moment in time. Daisy, roll
Yeah.
damage for the vine shield, please.
Okay. Better.
You gain 5 temporary hit points.
Right. And
And
I imagine they overwrite the previous ones, right?
yes, they do. And also, as you look over, you see the vines shift slightly.
Oh. As in they're giving way? Or something's tampering with them?
Roll me an insight check, please.
Right. 1 sec. Damn.
You believe what you believe. It might be something tampering with it. It might be the sand that's pressing against it. You're not entirely sure. What you
Right.
do know is in the back of your mind, there is the similar voice speaking to you. Miss Amaryllis, there's something in there.
Oh, fuck. Guys, I think something's trying to come through the wall.
Harry,
Right.
as you're looking through the translucent barrier, you see the sand in front of you shift as if something's passing through it. And we will go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break here. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Go ahead and get a drink, whatever you may need. Go ahead and mute yourselves if you're not here, and I will see you guys when we get back. See you in a moment.
I feel like I just made something really, 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 really cool, and I don't know if we're gonna be able to retrieve it. And there's something in there with it now too.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone.
Yo.
Hello.
So, as Harry, you saw the sand shifting through the translucent, clear barrier in front of you through the sand. Clearly, something shifting within, as the sand within your vision slowly cuts off the remaining space between your vision of that green light rising from the altar.
I'm gonna step back.
I'm just like staring at the wall of sand that moved. Something's in there.
Yeah,
Not just
I said it's coming through the thorn wall.
I shoot the sand again.
Yeah, shoot that sand.
Go ahead and fire your Eldritch Blast, please.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll me a D100.
Oh yeah, I was
please.
already working on it. Oh, it's
Thank
not
you.
bad.
Ooh.
Actually, that might be beneficial.
Okay. So you're aiming for the sand, right?
Yeah, because
Okay.
of where the thorn walls was. Not at the
Gotcha.
wall, but I heard Daisy say life force from my thorn wall, and I know that if it hits something, so I'm just hitting the sand up here.
Okay. You send the first one impacting against the sand, sending some of it scattering out across the ground. The second one seems to impact the very center, and as you do, you see some of the sand seem to fluctuate out from the impact and spread across the ground a little further out, a little thinner. However, you will notice that the entirety of that second blast seemed to make a full line down the center of the sand instead of just a singular impact. Closer to a beam than an actual blast.
I look around. Anyone else see that?
I don't see anything.
Did I see what she said?
Uh, you all saw the first Eldritch Blast impact as normal. However, the second one seems to go off kilter for a second before curving around and full on scorching a line across the sand before dissipating.
Olive, I did not know you had it in you to trick shot.
I just look at my hands.
There you go.
I didn't know I could do that either. Oh, but there's nothing in the sand. At least not in that sand.
No, it's probably coming through my wall as we speak. So get ready.
Oh, I'm always ready. You used my ghostly gaze. Did you use any spells?
No, just the ghostly gaze.
All right.
Then I'll walk up to about there, and he'll say in primordial, "Hello there." Oh, actually, he'll kind of yell it toward the sand.
You shout in primordial?
Yes.
you shit primordial. Oh my god.
As you shout out in primordial, Harry, you see the sands in front of you shift again, but do not seem to move away.
I think you got some reaction from that. I don't know what though.
I'll head over this way. So keep a few feet back.
Olive,
Yeah, I
you
had a
hear a voice in
feeling.
the back of your head
I had a feeling.
as you hear a slight chuckling sound.
Something's close. Something. Oh,
Yeah, we
Then what?
sensed it earlier, but I think it's in back there.
come on. Get a little closer. I want to taste.
I go 15 feet forward. And then as I'm just kind of slow walking up, I'm thinking, so he can hear it. Do we two-handed sword this, or do we smash it like a wall?
Whatever you wish. Let me have 'em. I hunger for something exotic like this. Something so very.
Sorry, that part totally broke up.
Something so very.
So very old, as I would think he said.
Yes.
I think so too.
Okay.
There was just one sarcophagus in that room, right? Or were there multiple?
4.
Ah, shit.
However, only 2 of them were spouting out sand, from what you can see.
Well, if it comes out with a sword, then we'll know.
Comes out with something
Because Zen
terrifying.
is alive. He's alive. So I don't think it might be the Zenith one.
I am going to switch to the great sword and stow my shield.
Okay. As you do so, the distinctful chuckling sound continues to build within the back of your mind.
I'll say, yeah, I think this is a pretty good thing to deal with primordials, right? I say that is what we sensed before, right? I say that out loud, by the way. And then I will stand here, and I will hold a action to attack anything that comes out of that.
Okay.
Oh, we got an hour. Actually, I'm gonna armor Agathis right now.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Harry, you feel a slight chill down your spine, familiar to times where you felt like you have eyes on you.
I'm gonna kind of
Something is
back.
clearly staring from within the sand directly towards you.
Feel like I'm being watched. It knows we're here. I don't.
Yeah, Harry,
Can
I'm
I
watching you.
insight it? Is it malicious watching?
You just get that general presence of unease and uncomfortable, like the hair is beginning to build on your shoulders, your arms. You have a general like cold chill of something that you've like genuinely felt when you've had like someone staring you down.
You hear me say in response to you, Harry, in a slight maniacal sense. Good. We wanted to know we're here. And there's a slight secondary voice coming out of that as well. Very low.
I don't feel any more like movement coming from the wall.
No, you do not.
I think it got the message that if it tries to force its way through, it's gonna get poked.
I don't think
For
it cares.
I don't think it cares.
Then why did it stop?
I think we started talking to it over here.
It's probably going over to the open side, honestly.
Well, there's an invisible barrier over there.
That you think it would stop it? Probably made by the same person.
I mean, if it stopped us, it probably stopped that thing. It even stopped the sand from coming through. So if
This was
this
like
thing
a
can live
broken
in the
pillar,
sand,
right?
then I don't think it can come through.
Sorry, what was that?
This is like a broken pillar, correct? If I remember right.
It is a broken base of a statue, which you see the legs and bracers are essentially the base of a helm statue.
Yeah, I just can't occupy the space, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, so I'll start going around, still holding my greatsword, ready to chop chop.
Gotcha.
Hey, that recipe mentioned a golem heart or something, right?
I just realized, did Harry? Does Harry still have the book?
You would. You didn't leave it behind, so you still
Yeah, I
have
was saying I
the.
poured out the bowl, but other than that, I've just been holding it. I guess I read the other pages that are marked. I'm kind of curious.
You see the last page that is marked is creating a liquid stone, creating a wicker titan.
Harry, what did you do?
Has anybody heard of a wicker titan before? Anybody want to know?
What's the combination for the Wicker Titan, if I may ask?
What's it say?
You see scriptures written by a god of darkness, sacrifices 5, hearts and souls intertwined, a sacrifice of an innocent soul, still of single age, and 2 volunteers willing of the opposing standard.
Is any one of us under the age of 10?
Isn't wicker
No.
like when you're like have badness in your heart or something?
I think
No, that's wicked.
Oh,
But, Baron,
What's
if I
them?
may ask, did 2 of your companions get killed recently?
Recently, apart from within there,
He'll nod towards the.
Yes. Before the fight, conversation, rebellion, freedom. Yes.
Yeah, we were
Yes.
eating one of them.
we did have 3 that had fallen over the last number of years. One seemed to go willingly to his death. The other 2 resisted.
and 9 to the men. Sorry.
Well, they may have a wicker golem somewhere in this facility. So
Or
we
2.
should keep it. Well, it was 3. It requires 2 of them, and then a child sacrifice. So yes, there could be 2 theoretically as well. But for now, we can assume there's one with the addition of a second one.
Do you think it's on the other side of this thing?
Probably not.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
I would like to sense if there's any primordials or constructs within 60 feet of me.
Primordial or constructs within 60 feet of you?
I believe it's inactive constructs, but yeah.
Yes.
You get to know
Yes,
which
you do.
one Of
All right.
Good.
Well, there's definitely a primordial or a construct within 60 feet of me. Sorry. There's definitely a primordial or construct in this vicinity. I think it's on the other side. I don't know which one, but I know it's there. And when you hear I know it's there, there's that second reverberating voice underneath that.
What's there is?
You want me to talk to it? See if it's a primordial.
I want to destroy it.
Well, we can confirm if it's a primordial, if it speaks back.
I'm still waiting here, like Elmer Fudd waiting for Bugs Bunny.
I mean, I personally want to go in and find out what I made, but part of me thinks maybe that I had to turn the liquid to stone in the mold, and I didn't have the stone because we blew up the stone to get into the door to get me out. So I'm not sure. Either there's just going to be liquid, or there's something in there that might be fun. Is there any more information since I have the book flipping around near the sword? Does it say what will be made from it? Like, is there any more information on the weapon or like what I have to do?
That is all that seems to come from the book that you can see. Checking the pages next, it seems to be another recipe. So, based on what you can see, the words end there.
With my knowledge of smithing, does it seem like the mixture that I poured in would by any means solidify into something solid as it was?
No, not at all. From the concoction that you had made, if you had poured that into any mold at home, it would just be a bubbling, boiling mess.
That's what I thought. How sure am I that something was actually made?
I mean, you didn't see the green glow above the altar the first time.
So badly want to know what's in there, but there is now somebody watching and waiting. I'm just gonna keep looking at the sand. I'm looking to see if maybe I can get any glimpse of anything that's crawling around or see what's watching.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Can I guidance this?
Sure.
$24.
24. Let's see. You see, as you're looking through the sand, and even though it's just a wall of sand at this point, not even seeing above the surface at this point, as you would believe that the entirety of the room inside would be completely filled with the sand itself. And looking through it, shifting through for just a glance, you see what looks to be pale white bone, bleached to an almost completely porcelain-like white color, jagged and clawed, extended, seems to scrape across the barrier, pushing against it almost like some form of fin that is swimming through the sand itself.
Whenever it came in contact with the barrier, did the barrier crack like I saw it happening with the other stuff?
You saw the claws seem to scratch against it soundlessly, however, does not seem to break through it.
So did it leave any damage on the barrier, even if temporary? Because like we
No.
were trying before, so it was cracking. I wasn't sure. Okay.
You would believe the main reason that your attacks were working so well was because they were magical.
Okay.
You were using magical weapons to try and essentially break through.
I'll let everyone know that I saw some type of bone like fin claw, like kind of clawish, but more fin-like. Almost like bone.
An undead construct, maybe? Or some form of
Um,
zombie.
Can a
Flipping through back to
Or
the wicker
skeleton.
golem.
Yeah, is it
Going back to
construct
the
a
wicker
golem or
golem.
something?
Does it have a picture or any imagery or any description of the golem?
In the tome,
Yeah.
yes.
Seem like this creature might be the golem.
No.
Oh, you're right. No, never mind.
Well, according to the
Um,
book, it does not seem to match the traits of what's said here.
If you're wanting to know the picture that is currently in the tome, I can definitely get that for you. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Oh boy.
Please, I like pictures.
The picture within tome looks something like this in Discord.
Oh.
See, it scares me that's a token.
I wouldn't worry about it.
Sure, it's
That's holy hell.
See, the circle bit is just for framing.
Yeah, it's just a frame.
You can see the protruding barb-like bark and twisted pieces of wooden and other forms of malicious dark flora and corrupted, what you could only assume to be some infigment of stone, bone, and sinew. Lanky, extended arms, seemingly reaching from the shoulders all the way down to the ankles. Barbs of wood seem to protrude from the shoulders, and nothing but a gaping maw of where the mouth should be. This is definitely not the Wicker Titan, whatever is in here.
I'll kind of just start paging through, see what else is in here.
Just destroyed all the sand. Give me a second.
We win.
Oh, the sand of the room is empty. Wow. Okay, let's just walk in now.
Yeah, I'm game.
There we go.
Oh gosh, it's
And the
back.
sand's back.
Oh gosh.
Well, the sand blinked out of existence. Did I see the creature?
No.
Ah.
Surprisingly enough, the sand and whatever's in there seem to disappear for one moment, and then you realize that was just your wishful thinking.
Ah.
No,
very
it
prideful
was
wishful
actually a
thinking.
It was actually a rendering bug with the new engine update.
That. I guess we'll never
World
know.
Engine, the green. Got it.
Wow, I can't believe you actually said that.
The green is taking too much storage space. We must reset the server.
It works fine if you don't have a Verizon card. It's
Yep.
fine.
They stopped rendering all the sand.
I'm glad
They
somebody
destroyed
picked
the
up on that.
sand. Okay.
I could try and smash this wall down if we want. I'm not sure what we're waiting on. Are we?
I think if we go in there, there's going to be a fight.
Well, yeah, that's the point.
But I don't. Are we ready for that fight right now?
Everywhere we go, we just trap ourselves deeper back into the room we can't leave at. We gotta go somewhere. I'm sick of being in this place.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I thought the sand would go down or something. And it might continue spilling out. That's the other thing.
Maybe we could take this chance to like go down here and try to move some stuff out of the way so we can at least get some progress out of here.
Well, there's enemies on the other side. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's
Well, we got an
enemies
enemy right
everywhere.
there.
Are we up for another
And
massive
then-
battle like
and
the
then
one we
if-
just had in that room? And I pointed
And then
over
if
to
we
the
go
cliff?
down that way, we get burned to death.
Hypothetically, if we go this way, we get burned to death too. So.
Baron's just gonna remain silent from that particular statement.
Okay,
Sure.
most of us burn to death if we go this way.
Gives a slight nod towards Harry.
I think one of us gets eaten though. So
Probably
Look.
you.
Look, the thing is, if we go towards where there's the enemies probably waiting with those wicker golems,
No.
are we sure that we can fight and survive?
Don't forget there's traps too. Remember, we heard them setting some kind of trap or something on the other side of that
Yes.
door.
Second, obviously, yes, we could try and fight whatever's inside that room, then put the sword where it belongs, if it managed to get made.
All right. We don't know what's down the hall that Dune's in. Based on what I would say from my history and what I know of people in nature in general, people aren't going to believe, or I don't think that they can win. They retreated and set a trap. They're gone. They're just setting this up to buy time so they can leave. If they wanted to kill us, they would have came out here and we would have fought them in this room. I don't think there's anyone over there.
There's definitely people that we heard them, but it might not be a lot. I mean, well, there's enough of them to dispatch one of those brutes pretty quickly, honestly. Come to think of it. They
Well,
definitely have a force of some description on their side.
you also did say you sensed golems, right? Or primordials.
Primordial or an inactive golem. Or construct, I guess.
Then-
I'm still working this out, but I'm...
inactive?
Yeah.
They may
It's
be
moving.
inside that room.
It's not in it. Oh,
Right, I said that thing
That
in
one.
that room up there is probably the primordial. At least that's what he's telling me. He said it's
Yes.
old.
And how
But
do
we
we know
can also
this
assume there may be golems in the room next door, which is the one that's currently blocked.
Got that.
I don't want to die, and
No,
I don't
no one
want
wants to
any
die.
of you to die. So we have to be careful. Olive's chewed my ass enough times, so I will continue saying it. We have to be careful.
I 100% agree. Caution is the best approach.
Yeah,
So you
but
guys
if
decide
we don't
one
find a
or
way
many.
out, we're just gonna die down here anyway.
I have to cleanse this place to leave, 100%.
Yeah,
doubt
so we
on
gotta
that.
pick one. Or both. I don't know. The people who have intelligence went down a hallway, and I'm pretty sure they left. That's the exit.
Yes.
I mean, that is a pretty safe assumption.
Thank you.
We
Like
don't know.
tactically, it is correct, but we aren't sure. As we saw,
Well, no
one of their
kidding.
own members here was they're very determined to whatever the religion is that they follow. Who says that maybe they've made this their temple? Why would they abandon it? Maybe they just are trying to weaken us easily. It's a
All
consideration.
you
I'm not.
religious people are the same. They went to get their artifacts or whatever, and they're gonna leave. We defaced their vine thing. We took out half their people. Their bald guy already left. I think they just took their treasures and left.
Not all religious
That's the optimal
people
hope.
flee. Some, especially zealots, stay and fight. They find a way, and you may be finding yourself in a. You may be underestimating them, is what I'm trying to say. There's still those golems that are unaccounted for. Additionally, their high priest is unaccounted for.
All right.
If I can heal a lot, imagine what he can do.
These are benches or pews.
They are pews, yeah.
All right. I put my sword away and I
Mostly
sit
made
down.
out of thatch and cloth.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back down to the floor. And
Yeah,
sit down
I
too.
put my sword away and I sit down. All right. Let me know when we decide to do something. I'll just be here.
What are you doing? Before you said we get money.
Yeah, I know. I want to, but I'll give him
What
time.
are
I'll
we
give him.
waiting for? Alright.
Can't go backwards. We gotta go forwards. That much is certain.
Fine. If you want to go for it, I'll drop the wall. And we can fight whatever comes out of it.
Oh no, no. I mean, we could.
What's the point of fighting what's back there? Is there anything that we need? That we get out of here?
I think I made a really cool thing, and I kind of want to get
Yeah.
it. If it's a thing that I made, I think it'll be really cool.
Additionally, there was a statue that you could place it on.
Yes.
And I believe
First
in
off-
Harry's ability. If he made something cool, trust me, it's pretty cool.
Fine, I understand that.
Additionally, the
Well-
Archdread of Zanizul sent Baron and his men here to get something.
Yes.
It may be there.
What? Okay.
Because
I'm
if
going
that
to-
is a statue of one of the seven sisters, or anyone related to this empire, then it may be a powerful artifact. After all, that's
I
what
want to make sure
the-
this is worth it because I got one more really good fight in me, and that's all I got.
Yes,
At the
exactly.
same time, this would also gain us favor where we're going if this is where the artifact is.
If
I
we
mean,
get out.
Yeah,
If
we
we
gotta
get-
get out.
if
And
we
are,
get
are we sure
out-
that room's not
We
just
can
filling up
still
with sand right
rest,
now? Like, that
like,
room could just be full of sand.
That's what
to
I'm
the
trying to say.
ceiling.
I want to see if the sand drains away somehow. That
This is
that
a
takes time.
stretch. Can I like put my ear against the wall? Do I still hear like? I was in the room. I imagine I heard what the sand pouring. Does it sound like there's still sand pouring?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check with disadvantage, please.
That's unfortunate. Perception with disadvantage. I'm gonna guidance myself.
Very well. I said disadvantage, dude. Fuck. Anyways,
Roll twice and take the lower, Harry.
Part of me wants
25.
to joke. Well, hold on. I got guidance too. Did I roll that at disadvantage?
No.
Okay.
No, if he asks, you say yes.
Yeah. You press your ear against the pale and like translucent barrier, and looking through it, you do take a moment and listen. You don't hear the sound of rushing sand, but you do hear the sound of a slight low rumble of something shifting through it. And as you are pressed against it, you hear the rumbling getting closer and closer until there is a slight woof of impact, and you see what looks to be a extended claw of bony white limbs that seem to press against the barrier for a moment, right where your ear was, before immediately recoiling back into the sand.
Anybody else see that? Anyone?
Me with my head in
Oh.
my hand, facing the other direction, turn around. No. But then again, I don't see anything.
Whatever's in there is hostile.
Fun fact, if it is a primordial, it wants to kill me.
I mean, then
Well, then I want to kill
would it
it.
want to kill everybody, or would it just want to kill you?
Oh, I've never met one. Ooh, this
Well,
has
how about
essentially
we
got
go
this
meet
thing.
it and let's go take care of it?
Oh, I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna get up, turn my weapon into the hammer, and
Okay.
I'm not gonna attack the sand. I'm just gonna start like putting the top part, the hammer part, on the sand, like it's like I'm walking on it with the hammer.
Okay.
If that makes
I am
sense.
watching. I am watching. I want to know what happens.
And I'm gonna keep my awful hearing and to see if I can hear whatever's in there try and come this way.
Okay. So you're using the main head of the hammer to step onto it to use some form of like leverage above the sand.
So I'm not trying to step on the hammer. I'm using the hammer to like pound on the sand.
I was imagining like a
Okay.
walking stick, like he's using it to like tap the sand or like hit the sand or put it on
Okay.
the sand.
But using the hammer
all
part,
right.
not the stick part, to try. I'm trying to
Gotcha.
create vibrations in the sand to see if it knows that I'm creating vibrations in the sand.
Yes. The moment you start tapping your hammer against the sand, there is a sudden lurch of where the vines are, and you see the vine will seem to just push out slightly, as if something impacted against it.
All right, switching back to the greatsword. Yeah, that's what I thought. It'll know if we're
Daisy,
on
how
the
much longer?
sand.
Oh, it's
Did-
not
did you
strong
feel that?
enough to go through the wall.
It will be eventually.
I think it doesn't want to leave its natural advantage.
What do you mean it will be? Do you know the thing? Do you know anything about this thing?
No, you give me enough time, I'm gonna break through a wall.
I mean, right, but you don't. Well, unless you. You're. I'm just fair enough. Whatever.
Yeah. No, I don't know what it is. I just know if it wants to come through, give it enough time, it'll come through. But now I know that. Now we know that it'll know when we're on the sand. That's all. I'm gonna go back to my position here with the greatsword, Tomcat style.
All right.
I can try and break the
Lure it out.
wall. I can. I'm just waiting to see if it comes out. Right now, there's the
Well, we
vine
can
wall
just drop
there.
the wall.
We can just
Do you have
drop
any
the
ideas how to
wall.
lure it out? Like, can we just? I mean, obviously it likes the sand, right? That's the.
Kind of. I just did try. The problem is it was stopped by the vine wall.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting.
Mhm.
Kind of shows that it's willing to leave it.
It probably wants to attack us. I would imagine if it's hostile.
It definitely wants
I
to
don't-
attack me. Yes.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear like any more flowing sand inside the room. So there's a chance if we drop the barrier, well, some might sink out, but that might be the extent of it.
Daisy, you said that's your last vine wall, correct?
Yep.
So we can't
Until
put it
the
back
next
up. If we
dawn.
need to,
Let me get
yeah.
a drink up real quick.
How long does it last? Is it
Okay.
an hour that'll last for?
No, until it's destroyed or removed.
Oh wow. So
Or
Yeah,
a
it's
new one
pretty
is
great.
created.
It's pretty great. Yeah.
I point to the shield. Third daughter of the growing queen, baby.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
There's a slight flash of green energy that seems to come from the buckler shield.
Okay, so I think if we want to fight that thing, we need to either drop that wall now or wait an entire day and then drop it.
No, what I mean is we can drop it now. Fight whatever's in there. Retreat to the windowed room. Set up a defensive position and rest till tomorrow. Then we can proceed deeper into this hellhole.
Suppose it's as good a plan as any.
I can spend some of my magic to create food and water. So we won't die of starvation or dehydration.
Sure.
Yeah. Look, I'm getting antsy. What are we doing this or not?
We can take some time. I'd prefer to go now, but
Yeah, I do too.
Would you rather have your magic back up and running, Olive?
I already do.
Alright. Yeah.
Hold on one
Get
second.
in any position you wish.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over here and meld into shadow, Rob.
Baron's gonna look around, see if anyone has been wounded recently.
Depends on wounded.
That would be Harry.
I'm a little beat up, but not terrible.
I'm alright.
Is there anyone that is currently Is there anyone currently wounded?
Wounded's
Isn't that
25,
50?
right?
Oh.
Wounded is
Below
50.
50.
Oh, 50? No.
Bloodied is 25.
Yeah, no. No, I thought you meant, sorry, 75. Bruised, that's right.
You're bruised?
I think, I don't know my percentage. Hold on. No, yeah. I'm under 25.
You're
Under
under 25?
Sorry.
Okay, I was about to say.
Missing 25%. I have under 75% total.
Okay. Is there anyone that is wounded or bruised?
I don't think I'm under any of those. So
I'm perfectly healthy.
I'm pretty healthy right now.
Is Harry bloodied then?
no, I'm not under any of those. I'm getting close to half, but I'm not half.
So yeah, you're bruised.
I thought Bruce was
75.
75 to
Oh.
50.
Under 75%.
That's what I just
Yeah,
someone
confused.
Someone got messed up by that sand pretty good when it burst through the doorway, right? Was that
That was
Doom?
Harry.
Oh, that was Harry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 67%. So yeah, I am at 67%. You're right. Yeah, so I am. Yes.
Baron will look over at both of you.
Do you think that you'll need to be at your best before we continue this?
Me? No. You save. You save until we need it. I'm good.
Very well.
We'll look over at Harry.
But
Are you needing healing?
it wouldn't hurt if we're gonna do another fight. Yeah.
Baron's going to move over. Is going to lift the left gauntlet up towards you. As you see white radiant energy reside within it, he will rest it on your shoulder. Go ahead and heal 20 hit points.
20. Nice. Okay.
As you'll see him rest his hand on your shoulder, a glittering of pale radiant light seems to exude from him and rest on your shoulders before sinking in, and any previous wounds and burns slowly begin to fade away. He'll give a nod, step over, and will ready himself as well.
I'll pull out my axe, crack my neck a little bit, and I'll go ahead and use a shift. Get 10 hit points.
All right.
I hop on this bench over here. Getting off
Popping
the
onto
floor.
the pew. Gotcha.
Yeah. And
Bannon
once
is gonna move here.
and once
I
Harry
guess
is
that's a position.
in any position he wishes to be, I will drop this thing as fast as possible.
Gotcha. Yep, perfect.
So yeah, I will hold a. Oh, I can't hold that because I'm dropping this thing. So never mind.
Let's go there. Let's go there. I'll have the olive branch drawn, and I'm aiming at anything that comes flying out of the sand.
Okay.
Yeah. So if everybody ready, I drop the thorn wall.
All right. Dropping the thorn wall. As immediately the vine wall disappears, a cascade of sand 10 foot tall from the doorway immediately pours out.
Here we go. It's gonna fill up like
Olive's stupid. She didn't think about that. I'm just saying. Like, there are smart people in this room that should have thought about that.
No, I went around the. I'm hiding around the corner.
I didn't think about
I didn't
it
think you were
either.
standing right next to.
You're not alone. I didn't either.
Harkless knew this was going to happen. Olive's an idiot.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, shit.
And immediately starts pouring out into the room.
Nice.
I need Dune and Olive to make dexterity saving throws, please.
That's a
Good job,
keeper.
guys.
Uh, 20 does succeed. Olive. You immediately take 32 points of fire damage.
Shit, that's a high.
Is there any chance, it's not in the rules, but
Yes.
because have my armor of Agathis, would that help at all? I know it takes away from the damage, but I mean, it's kind of frozen cold stuff surrounding me. I'm just saying. I literally take the moisture out of the air and freeze it.
Yes, and it nullifies most of the damage. However, you still do take 12 points of fire damage after your armor of Agathis.
Do I take half of that?
You dingus. Alright, so it didn't help. Got it. Thanks.
It did not help, no. Dune, you take half of that, so 16 points of fire damage.
Alrighty, thank you.
As it pours out, scattering around the base of the statue, you see Baron immediately trying to recoil back for a moment before realizing, oh, wait, this is sand. And he will just shrug himself off. As you do see shifting through the sand for just a moment before immediately diving back in, you see something like this.
Ooh,
appearing
that's cool.
in front of you,
If I see it, it gets shot.
Wait,
disappearing inside the sand.
that looks so fucking sick.
It does. I love
If I
that.
see it, it gets shot.
It's friendly.
Go ahead and make an attack with disadvantage, please.
I'm gonna take a stretch and just ask why disadvantage.
It has an ability that makes you roll with disadvantage.
Fair enough. I was hoping maybe it was cover because like I ignore cover or something.
No.
That, like that's why I was asking.
This does not cover. It would
Okay.
have an extended and raised AC, but no, it would not force you to have disadvantage.
There it is. Disadvantage. 18.
18 misses.
Damn.
Shooting forwards,
Oh,
impacting against the sand. You see it dive in, and immediately you hear the sound of chittering and some form of groaning, of clattering bones and stones scraping against each other. Vannon would be the only one that recognizes the language, as he will immediately call out, "It's telling us to leave and never return."
Jeez, I wish we could fucking do that.
Hey, was that in Primordial?
It was in Primordial, yes.
Oh, I would understand that
I'll
because I speak Primordial.
I'll
Maybe we
speak
should listen
out
to
in
it.
Primordial. Now, you come out here and see who doesn't return, as at that second part reverberates with that second voice.
I will.
Come on out, creatures! I'm finished with the blood.
I'll say all that out loud, actually.
I'll say out in Primordial after Olive gives her a big speech. Do you know Zenith?
Fun fact, I can only speak Primordial. I don't understand any of it. Like, I can't. If somebody speaks it to me, I have no idea what they're saying.
That's so funny. That's hilarious.
I can just taunt you.
Zenith
Do you
whispered in the
understand?
wind.
Do you understand Primordial, Daisy?
I speak and understand Primordial.
Okay. There seems to be relative silence for a moment until all of you hear that creaking, screeching sound of bone against stone grinding against each other. Daisy and Vannon would recognize the creatures speaking out.
You should not have come here. This place is sacred to us, sacred to the land, sacred to its people. If you know of Zenith, then you will do the courtesy of leaving this alone.
We are currently trapped here by followers of Shah. Currently, we cannot leave. We would wish to, but we cannot. Additionally, one of the people we rescued here had a mission imparted by Archdruid. One sec, because
Cora.
yeah, Cora. By Archdruid Cora to retrieve something for them.
It's not our concern. Our concern is to protect this place, this room, this sanctum. If you don't want to, we will protect what is ours.
In common, I'll say, yeah, no, he's not even budging whatsoever. Or it is not budging whatsoever. Just wants us to leave, even when I told them about what Baron told me, and that
Just
we
for
are
a
trapped
note,
here.
Olive, Dune, are you staying in the sand?
Oh, I didn't know we could free move. No.
yeah, I didn't
I'm
know
definitely
either.
moving
You
out.
Stand there,
Sorry.
boys.
Yeah, you are free
yeah.
to move at this point,
move
as
right- I'll be
Baron
right
will stay where he is. as you do feel the intense heat directly underneath you. You'll see Baron take a step onto the sand, back at everyone.
Is there going to be any form of discussion or diplomacy here?
He's not willing to negotiate. We either
Oh.
leave or we fight. That's what he said. Well,
Then
it
I
said.
suggest we continue onwards and leave them alone, unless we feel like taking on creatures that we do not understand or their capabilities. As I said
Gotcha.
before, these doors were not open when I first came here. When we first came here, these doors were not open. They were sealed shut. I have never seen that room until now. You are messing with things that even I do not understand.
We're messing with the 7.
I'm just gonna apologize ahead of time. This is to the players, because yeah, that wisdom save. I'm gonna change it to the Warhammer. I'm gonna move over
Okay.
here and I'm gonna attack this barrier and yell out "coward" in Primordial.
Okay. Go ahead
Because
and make an
I'm
attack
sure that
please.
voice is just in the back of my head yelling at me this whole time.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
the voice is just going.
Let me at them!
Yeah.
Let me consume them! Let me take their power and rip them bone by bone! Flesh by flesh!
bored, I
Stone
figured.
after stone!
Yeah.
Just screaming out into the air.
All right, and then roll to hit. You said.
Yes, please. 20. Slam! Impacting it. Daisy, you see a slight crack. Translucent and crackling with white lights begin to build in the barrier here.
And yeah, you hear me yell out in my double voice, "Coward."
Could just leave right now.
All of you hear that distinctful, deep, rolling, roaring sound echoing out and reverberating with Olive's, clearly not of her own.
Yeah.
As you do see
Olive, you fool.
the black weapon beginning to radiate some form of red and purple-like energy within it.
And then I switch back to the great sword.
You hear the same grinding of bones and stone muffled behind this barrier here, when originally you heard it coming from over here. As Daisy, you can hear the slight sound coming from within there in Primordial. If I'm a coward, then come against me, peasant.
Oh, they're calling you a coward. Why don't you go in there? That's what it
Christ,
said.
why? Oh my god.
And
Okay.
Oh,
I
that's
will
what it
reply in
said. That's what you're-
Primordial. I'm sorry, I can't stop a fool from being a fool.
Then fools will.
See, there's a
What
fun
did he say at the end? Fools will what?
Will die.
DM.
Yeah, I thought so. You didn't say it.
Yes, Olive.
There's a fun little thing that I've had. Or was it on? Yeah. I don't know if you remember this specific part of my background, or when I created my character here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
just so you know, I think that's gonna.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I run in there.
Oh, yes.
Like, if
You run in?
she said, then why don't I go in there, right? That's what he said.
No. They said that they called you a coward.
Right, but
And come
Daisy
on in.
said if they called me they called me a coward and told me to come in there.
Mm-hmm.
I go in.
Very well. How do you go in?
Oh, this is tough. See, the sensible part of me knows not to run. Sorry. There's only one. No.
I will say this.
I'll switch to a
Olive.
hammer and try another smash here. Because
Roll me a wisdom save.
Dang it, I'm done. This is going to be running directly. Okay, that's not bad. That's actually pretty
You
good.
believe, even though the suppressing rage in the back of your mind and in your chest, and the booming, pulsing sound within your head of the voice encouraging you, trying to tempt you further and further into this folly, you're still able to hold your mind. You still hear the distinctful pieces of information to calm yourself over and over again by roguish's standards, and are able to let out a distinctful breath to allow some form of calm. You are of your own volition at this moment in time. You are not into a tyrannical rage.
All right. Then, hearing Daisy say that, I'll point my greatsword at her, saying, I don't like it when people judge me like that. Give me one good reason not to run in there and cut its head off.
We want you alive.
I can't stop you. But and again, I don't want to tell Rogish you're dead forever.
Yeah, I think it's bad. I think we just let it be. There's plenty of killing up ahead.
I understand that you're eager. Still, we're low on resources ourselves.
You see Vannon just like inspecting his nails for a second. Plus, weren't you gonna get your own back against those moon elf bastards? How are you supposed to do that when you're dead?
It's actually the most
What?
sensible thing I've ever heard any of you say. I'll start walking my way down to the broken rock hallway and pass by Dune. Oh, I gotta get past the sand.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna jump it.
Okay.
Yeah. And
I saw you upstairs.
what's
I'll
your
kind of move
skill?
out the way.
13.
13? Yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine. You'll be able
Plus,
to
if
jump
my
over
hammer's
with no
out,
issue.
yeah, I'm a little bit. Or no, I'll take the greatsword back out, so I'm not big. So yeah, I'll jump it.
You'll see Baron take another step forwards, just looking towards the large gathering, which at this point you can see the sand that is directly in front of you is piled up maybe a good 7 to 8 foot tall. You can see there is a small amount of space at the top of the doorway that you do see there is ceiling, and the top of one sarcophagus
Mhm.
is actually poking out from the top of the pile, from what you can see.
And yeah, as I make my way over this hall, there's only one other way to go then.
If you're wishing to get ahead, now would be the time. I'll keep an eye on it, make sure it doesn't come out and get us.
I'll speak out
Dune,
in
yes, 1 minute has passed.
I'll speak out in Primordial and say, I've convinced the fool. We shall leave. Is there any message you want to tell the Archdruid or Zenith?
Not written.
Must what?
Not written.
Didn't it? I'll speak in Primordial. We will try to leave. And I hope we don't return to your guardianship.
Hey,
You
this is a
see
stretch.
just
Can you ask
Yes.
if the thing made? I kind of asked that to Daisy.
I love it.
I'll tell Harry. I will.
Daisy, you do see just poking its head out directly behind the sarcophagus. Once again, the large creature slowly poking its head out, beak like protrusion slowly opening to create a dark like maw. Dark crags of molten like stone currently extinguished within the pale white bones of the body. You would know.
Mm.
This is definitely some form of undead primordial.
You said it had like liquid stone of some form.
Molten stone that seems currently inert.
Does it
As
remind
if
me like the spikes that we saw outside of Anikotal?
Yes.
Ooh, child. Nope. Yeah.
However, you see that the spikes that you saw were relatively a much paler color. This one looks like it has been burned and like turned molten and then solidified and cooled down, as if it is currently inactive within the cage of bone. And it is watching you with blazing red eyes, just staring you down from behind the sarcophagus, and in a more defensive manner is just watching. Not
Yeah.
attacking, but is watching.
I give it a knowing nod and say in Primordial, farewell. And then I tell Harry, I told him, let's make our way through the sand. Oh, and Primordial I said, oh, be careful. There's a brute sleeping in one of these rooms that may awaken and come down your way. Just so you're aware.
If he is a fool, then the fool will die.
Yes, just giving you a heads up so you know to defend your charge from him. And I hop down and I try to make my way over this sand without getting burned.
Daisy,
Mm.
as you pass on by, Vannon's just gonna lean into you.
Mm.
You didn't even ask him at all. And will just continue his way forwards.
I'll give Van an annoying wink.
He'll just smile slightly and continue inspecting his nails.
Alright, yeah, so I'm gonna hop on over. Without getting burned, if possible.
And as you start making your way in, you'll see the creature slowly sinking back down into the layers of sand. As if it is liquid to him.
I believe I'm gonna start
God, I
trying to
hate
take
that
the rocks
Daisy is
off.
fucking fascinated by it.
Actually, Daisy,
Yeah.
roll me a history.
Right. Come on, this advantage don't fuck me over. Where's the history?
Got
There you
this.
go.
13.
Sad.
Why you rolling disadvantage? You exhausted?
I am exhausted.
Yeah.
I went down in the other
same.
fight.
Yeah. Shit.
Points of exhaustion are one hell of a thing.
Yeah, exhaustion. I
Uh,
fucking hate exhaustion in this game.
Yeah, that's why I fucking love it, because it makes me slow you guys down a little. It makes sure that you guys can't just constantly get back up, then fall back down, get back up. No, you have to
Sure.
think about that healing.
Yeah, that up and down is what makes 5th edition combat mostly terrible.
Right.
Yeah.
Healers won't heal you unless you have 0 hit points. They'll just bring you back up to
So
single, then
one.
you're back down
Yeah.
again. Yeah, it's 1, then you're
Yeah.
back up, 1, then back up.
I mean,
No.
if you go pure
You had
mechanics,
exhaustion.
that's the most economical thing. Yeah,
they think.
exhaustion has that.
Well,
This
if
is
you
an economical way to be a healer.
if you go by mechanics, we're supposed to be having 10 encounters per traveling day. So
That sounds so insane to me. That is like, it's just like
Right?
really lesser encounters. I guess.
no,
right? Like,
not necessarily.
No,
It's just
Jesus.
you're just
yeah,
supposed to
there's-
have encounters per day.
yeah. Awful. Anyway, go ahead.
Daisy, you remember a vision. A vision long ago. Back when you made a distinct mistake of touching a tree.
A fun time.
You saw multiple faces. However, you do remember one of the faces that you did see. You saw 2 smaller figures standing on either side of that figure with the same blazing red eyes. You would believe these creatures, more than likely, are most definitely related to the Seven Sisters in one way or another. is you
Yeah.
guys start making your way closer and closer, making your way into the tunnel and the passageway as you see the cave-in created by the cultists. Varen keeping guard, watching the sand as he is unaffected by it, allowing you guys to pass. That is where we will end our session tonight.
They almost made it out of the room.
What are you talking about? I'm out of the room.
Oh no, yeah, you did. You did made it out. The rest of
Yeah.
us we're on our way. I guess we're on our way.
You're on your way, absolutely. You completed one of the rooms, or
When
the
Harry
quote
attacked
unquote
that-
completed.
When Harry attacked that thing at disadvantage and an 18 didn't hit, I was like, yeah, let's go do something else.
I still really want to know what I made.
Go get it.
Yeah, no, I tell you, if not that I'm blaming Daisy, gotta say anything, but Daisy had that thorn wall up, I was gonna try to run up to the ceiling and run over and grab it quick and run out.
I will
I
say,
don't-
Professor, you do see that there is a 2-foot gap between the top of the doorway and the sand.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, we'll see next session. Maybe someone ask it if it doesn't.
Exactly.
Grab it
You
and
guys
start
can
doing
make
stuff.
plans. You got a full week to discuss what the heck you want to do now, because you kind of have an idea of what the heck's inside that room. However,
Sure.
you also got shit you need to do.
Yeah, and I don't want to die in a burning sand room. Quite honestly,
Look,
I mean, technically, I can muster enough speed to do it all in one turn if nothing stops me.
honestly, Rob, if you ever just want to kill off Olive, just keep calling her a wuss, or judge her fashion statement.
Right.
That's actually that has what I sent you has actually only came up like 3 times so far this game.
Only
so-
come up 3 times, yeah. But when they have, oh yeah, it has definitely caused some havoc.
For those who don't know, Olive is very messed up in the head.
Yeah,
I'll
I
just
knew
put
that
that
when
out
we
there.
started.
You don't say.
I knew that when we started this journey. What do you mean?
I've
I
seen
didn't-
glimpses,
Yeah.
especially when you accompanied me to the frickin' grove.
Yeah, Olive
If
is
you remember,
needs therapy.
if you remember correctly, it was hi. This one's gonna go along with you. Okay, tries to tackle and handcuff him. What's wrong with you? Like, yeah, no,
Yeah,
no, I knew you were
nobody
messed up.
else was there for our session 0, but
Yeah,
so
immediately Elf tried to handcuff me. First thing, I'm not surprised. Of course you're messed up in the head.
that was perfectly legitimate. I had to test your reflexes and see if you had any skill. And you evaded me, so I'm like, all right, you're good. Like,
Hey, are you good at like getting out of bad situations? Oh yeah, I'm alright. Alright, fucking bet. Let's try this shit out. Pulls
Exactly.
out fucking manacles and charges the fucker.
I rage first, pull out the manacles, get
You
behind
rage
him,
first.
and then try to handcuff him. Like, that was my first round.
Session fucking 0.
Yeah.
Proceed to try and fucking capture the rabbit.
Dude,
And
that's
he
funny,
gets out of there. So, and then I immediately get out of my rage. I'm like, all right, you're cool. Like, that was literally the entire thing.
dude, it's funny. It's like yours and Harry's like, yeah, no, just freaking meeting up your teammate. Mine's like, drama lane, how I've not missed you. But I like the dynamic how now Olive is the one that's willing to charge into a dangerous situation, and Daisy's like the one's like, what are you thinking? Compared to like the Silas situation.
We're not
Well-
even gonna mention the Silas situation.
Yeah, that was something. Yeah.
You have a whole bunch of people standing there. There's maybe around about 20 of the soldiers directly in front of you. Fantastic. I'm just gonna blast them.
And then what do I do after that? Daisy starts doing shit. I'm like, well, I kind of have to go along with it. So,
Yeah.
and I know I'm tankier than she is, and I have to make sure everybody survives, even if I die. So, all right, I guess I die.
Spoiled noble that never knew the real world.
Like,
And now she knows.
there's
We're
so
setting
much-
up an ambush. Hopefully there's only like 6 or 7 of them. I'm gonna go take a look. There's like around 20. I passed firewall.
Right.
God.
I'll get them
I-
all.
I will say this is the most like she's an idiot, but she definitely has the most conflicted mental things going on at all times. This has been a fun. She's a fun character to play. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
Did you
gonna
say
be
Olive has like
rough.
multiple personalities at this
It
point?
is gonna be rough the moment someone actually falls here, because you guys have been playing these guys for a while. Fuck.
Like
Years.
the only one
Years.
that I'm mostly worried
We're on
as
year
Daisy
2, yeah.
is Olive, because I can't bring Olive back. I can bring someone else the next day. I can't bring
I'm
Olive.
just saying.
Um,
I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you try to bring Olive back, I think I might have to fight you.
I will say. Oh no, can I say it? Hold on. I'm gonna ask Rob. Hold on.
Remember, Harry, I revive people.
Yeah, and
That's what clerics do. They bring people back to life as humans, not as undead.
There you go.
Well, not
Look.
all clerics, obviously, but you know.
between you and me, I'm just glad that the goddess of death hasn't told me I have to kill all of myself yet. Think he's
Yeah,
gonna
so
let her
am I.
come back for round 3?
I was gonna say, can you even technically revive Olive? Because she's not technically a living person.
No, like Daisy understands that Olive is no longer attached fully to the mortal plane.
Technically speaking, this is round 3.
This is indeed her last life.
I mean, if Olive goes down, I'd press her. Definitely not stand in your way if you want to try.
If Olive dies, she'll die forever. Like Daisy understands this fundamental fact. And like she's okay if somebody else dies and is able to get recovered in time, because she can bring them back. She prepared well.